doing?
Oh, it's staring at you. I was just staring at you. And you like leaned over and I was so confused.
Cards are shut up.
Wait, are they? They're not.
Yes, they did the rooster.
I'm so sorry.
Fucker.
Just another day.
You know that feeling of when your awareness of the world is at like 15% instead of like 90? I realized I had that problem.
That sounds a little unfortunate.
No, yeah. A good one.
Are you allowed to?
I mean,
You're not allowed to stay.
Did you have dreams of falling?
dreams of falling? No, that would be preferable compared to... I don't think the stress of a crash landing was very, well, good for one's sleep.
Morning, Captain.
Morning.
Hope we all slept well. Slept the best I could.
Well enough. Ferial still seems to be out like a light, so...
Aye, seems as such. Where's Ivy? Over there.
Up on the alcove. Right
Oh,
ahead.
I see it now. Thank you.
Yeah. So everyone is accounted for.
Do you want any?
Wait, are you cooking
What's this?
something?
Hey, awkward.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's up?
Hail, Caleb.
Hi, just saying hi.
Oh,
Hey,
hey.
how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Do we have skimmers? It's not like we can eat on the
not
shore.
risk the delicate piece of equipment that you rely on to keep yourself alive just to merely cook yourself some breakfast, but...
I mean, we have plenty of trees around. We could easily get you like a branch to use as a skewer.
Just because I'm hard.
That was not at all what anybody was saying.
Morning. Rest of the team in there, I imagine.
Just Luca in there. Doesn't know where the rest of the team is.
I remember then.
I guess we can go into town to eat, right?
I mean,
Aye.
once I clear it up, that we are at least good to go in there. Although,
We're good to go then, aren't we?
Yeah.
I believe we are. There
We
were
are.
a couple that went in yesterday. I saw them as I was
Let's go.
working on the airship.
Again?
Oh, are we going
We're
now?
going into the city.
I mean, I'll go with her if people want to stay behind.
From,
I had to deal with
stuff, and then I'll come with. I do want to see what it is.
Yeah,
All right.
give them a second.
Breakfast in the city here?
They'll come with. Just
Maybe they have
give
pastry.
them a second.
Morning, Penny.
Maybe.
Morning.
I don't exactly know the layout of the
Where'd you
place.
get the new threads?
Can't believe they just ignored you like that. So rude.
Yeah.
They probably didn't hear you.
I don't think he likes me anymore. Oh. I mean, I tried to shoot him.
Penny's a nice person.
Why did you try to shoot him?
Oh, it was a while ago.
That doesn't answer the question. You know what? Never mind.
Oh, I mean, I was trying to shoot everybody a while ago.
True.
Should we wait for the captain? I should. Oh.
Lothario's gonna wake up and be so confused and not have any idea where we went.
Well, yeah, we can bring him back something.
Yeah.
Like a low-to-go box. Yeah.
Do we
Our
have any
back.
currency to willingly spend? Because I'll be honest with you, I don't have
I mean, I've
much.
held on to some from, just, stuff that we've had from back in both Norndale and then a bit with, Kaba.
Just take stuff off the ship and trade it.
I have.
Maybe not the best idea. Winters, you seem to be going around.
How we go around?
I feel like the most easily accessible point is the, recent entry in the walls.
Oh, good idea.
Besides, I have no idea what's on the other side of those doors, and I don't really want to find out that there's somewhere they don't want
Are
us
the walls
to be.
moving, or is that just me?
I think it's just a little bit of your, eyes fighting,
Sure
you
got
know?
enough sleep.
Oh, I see, I see. It's just
Mhm.
so violently shaking, I don't know.
Well, you know, just sometimes the, architectural design kind of has those, Z fighting aesthetics.
Oh. Oh, there's a hole. What happened to... Oh, and that's the building, never mind.
Hmm?
I thought our ship was scuttled or something.
No, it's just a fairly large, impact crater.
Yeah. I was like, I don't think they'd scuttle it this early. We haven't even started repairing it.
I mean, if they did, they would have had to be very fast.
I guess so. I mean, you said enough explosives that should take care of it, right?
I mean, I don't know if that's just something they have laying around. That's not exactly a common thing to just have on hand.
Maybe in the mine.
Depends on the kind of mining you're doing. If it's in a cave, you probably want to be careful about letting explosions go off.
Oh.
Could very easily cause a collapse.
What about those coin miners? The Aether coins.
Aether coins?
But like, yeah, it's like non-tangible currency or something because it's made out of rock.
You believe in that stuff?
Look, I think
Did you
Aether
help
coin
up,
is
sir?
the future. Imagine a currency you don't have to carry
I
around.
need someone with lighting magic.
Oh, hi, Monty!
Lightning magic?
Lighting magic, yes. Or at
Do you
least
want me
some
to put you out of your
form.
misery?
Not
No,
yet.
Winters.
Lighting magic. Do any of you have it, or have some sort of device that can transfer a high current of electricity?
First in the.
My gun probably could. If I could read.
My goodness!
Oh my god!
Are you alright?
That went right by my leg, Winter! Please!
Here, hold
Oh,
on.
baby.
Hold on.
Were you the first to find
Hold
your
on,
blood?
hold Okay, and then we'll attach it to
It
the
was just restocking on supplies.
lightning magic.
What,
and
do,
then-
what,
The little barrel
what does that
of
do?
this
What does Featherfall do for you accidentally discharging your gun?
I'm gonna be.
Would have not
I'm gonna
gotten
be
you.
behind you.
I'm gonna.
That should be fine. I'm just taking the mana from this and then
Hello.
putting it in
Sorry.
the gun.
We have any
At
That
least
that
for Aether right
that
here,
that
right?
doesn't
As long as
that
I don't
that
pull the trigger,
just
it should be fine.
no that
Doesn't
only
give-
takes. It doesn't give you mana.
You are.
Oh!
Winter, you're just
You're
draining
gonna die.
yourself.
I'm gonna die.
What are you doing,
You keep
Misfire?
doing that.
My dad. That happened often.
No.
God, I could
This
feel
figured
it
Rosewood have
whiz-
better handle on their weapons.
We do. So what's going on currently is I think some aetheretic. I don't know how would you describe it. I know nothing about aetherite or aether tech in general.
You're referring to their what they're trying to do with the Featherfall device
Yes.
up there. Well, they were under the mistaken impression they could transfer energy from it. That thing is only a receptacle of energy. It doesn't give any. So they're Fortunately, have not done it
Alright.
too much. They're just trying to give some energy to one of our professors up there.
Yeah.
Speaking of, actually, he was asking around if anyone
Just
had lightning nearby.
Don't go blowing
Do you know
anything
if
up.
Sunny's around?
Not planning on it.
She might be still taking
think
the rest,
anyone
basically taking the
is-
rest of camp apart. I know the rest of Lumen has decided already to go out to look for a new camping spot.
You guys are.
He was with. I saw him together with Malik. He was going down that direction.
You guys are moving already? It seemed like the spot you guys had was perfectly fine.
The spot we had was good, but overall it was still during the mountainside. We could easily be ambushed, and also there was also the possibility of potentially the rock getting itself weak, potentially causing a slide. So overall, we wanted to make sure to have a more comfortable spot. One of the options that we're potentially looking into is the area near the fishing river specifically.
Good to fish.
Of course, but before we'd make any camp of that, I wish to, of course, see if it is good for people, and second of all, confirm with my father to make sure that there is no complications. Other thing I need to tell both of you, for the sake of it, to inform Yorl and the rest of Aqua about it.
Yeah.
Apparently, during our night shift with me and Vespa, we noticed in the mountaintop sides strange, for lack of a better word, light signals. Overall, it's from Vespa's experience, it seems to be at least some kind of communication for the sake of potential Palvandorians.
I was say, could you tell what
Something that
if it was torches or a different kind of
Go report
method
now.
of light?
It seems to be in itself light signals. What they
Wonder
used,
where
if
you all
torches,
went to.
lanterns, or the likes, I do not know. But again, there was definitely a way of communicating.
Do you
The only thing
remember
Vespa was able to
which
determine from the
direction it
communication was. Problem was in itself. It seemed to be coming more from maybe from this mountain direction. But the problem is, we at least noticed that it came from multiple angles. The problem is my theory, at least, by the fact that there were no direct replies potentially. It might be a non-zero chance that the signals might potentially also come from, or counter signals come from inside Helston. So I need to tell my father about this as soon as possible.
Got
Wait,
it.
what's going on?
Me and Vespin saw light signals in the mountaintop areas during our night watch. Specifically, Vesper was putting it together that there's a good potential that it's Palvandor. Having their sort of way to talk with light signal communication. Vesper was able to identify at least one word at the very end, which was istal. I'm not sure if it meant together as in for crystal or thistle or any likes, but that's definitely all that Vesper was able to determine at the very end.
I mean, given what that one news article on the boards around was talking about their intentions, if it is them, it's almost certainly Riftwatch.
If it is Riftwatch, we definitely need to be careful. We need to also make sure that my father is informed. The last thing I want to have is that Palvandor or Riftwatch jumps us, heaven forbid, jumps Helston. Especially now with the wall being destroyed. This is a
we've got
a tactical
few,
prime opportunity for them to strike.
Yeah, that's why we gotta hurry up as soon as we can with the wall.
I'm on winter's duty.
Oh, I can come with.
Mhm.
I.
Winter's duty.
You know, just the usual. Almost got shot in the leg by a accidental discharge.
Hmm. Why don't you walking together with you guys a bit? I need to talk to the general anyway.
Sure.
Fall of Kava, survivors were under reckless cost of the presence of Rosewood, and they bring with them only bad omens. Warnings of clean
Of course.
Dust and
Blaming us for Kava, basically.
stars fading from the night
Not
sky.
surprised.
First watch continues north, traveling stronghold Halston. Setting sun takes Waldron Keep. I feel like Waldron Keep has just changed hands so many
Wasn't
times.
this the
in the past
Wasn't
few
this a
months.
similar sort of article that was in Kaba but it was like torn?
Oh, it was.
I
oh.
can't recall.
Stary.
I remember.
Yes?
I have Captain Meaton. Ensure the team didn't wander off too far and you stay together.
Alright,
be back
you don't
as
need
soon as
anyone else to go with you?
Fun.
It should be alright.
Alright. All right, I am on duty now, I guess. All right, so I'll catch up with Ivy.
Good.
Morning, miss.
Morning.
Wonderful.
Hello,
morning.
hello. Hope you slept well.
Well enough.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hey, sister.
Do you know where we can get like something to eat?
Hey, brother.
What's the matter, Winters?
Oh.
No, they have fish.
Well, they.
You gonna buy some?
Barrett did mention that they were thinking about possibly putting a moving their camp closer to that one fishing river, so I guess it would make sense that they would have a pretty decent supply here.
Yeah, I think Ivy's more interested in the meat, though.
Fish is meat, just a different kind.
Technically not. I don't think fish is meat.
If your meat is not red, then it's not worth it.
Fair enough. I am a fan of fish, though, so consider me biased.
I grew up on a
Could
port.
probably cook this
I'm
over
used
the
to
fire,
fish.
right?
They had a pretty
Like
good.
a sausage?
They had a pretty good supply of fish where since my
Austin meat.
village was on a next to a lake, so we had a pretty good supply of good few.
Port Tripolis is a port city, so.
I would assume so by the fact that it's called a port, unless they wanted to intentionally confuse people.
No. Let's go, follow Ivy. Actually, I may pay a visit to the church.
That's fish.
Are you a fan of fish? Seems Ivy doesn't care too much for it.
I love fish.
Makes two of us then.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen.
We could probably grill some on the fire, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's one of the few kinds of things I know how to prepare normally. I
Oh.
made a
What's the other thing?
mostly
Dressing?
just general. It's a big mix of things. Pretty much just things I was able to scrounge together when I was on my own in Fevira. It was less coordinated and more just making something that I could at least live off of.
Are you going to buy anything?
Possibly later. If we decide that we want to have anything for, like, I don't know, a nicer meal in the evenings one of these days. Although we'd have to get something different for Ivy or for, you know, proper meat.
I could just give him my liver.
I'm pretty sure you need that.
You have liver laying around?
Yeah. Everyone does.
It's in her body.
Oh.
Yeah, keep that in your body, please.
Good weaponry.
Your liver would be too small and probably not
Not very
taste
clever.
great.
Well, this rifle can-
Not bad, not bad.
Do you think you'd fit in this setting?
I don't think I can contort my body that easily.
I don't think anyone can fit in that.
Jackson might.
Winters fit in it.
That's true. Jackson.
If you,
I don't
if
think
he was
even a
real,
Viking when he was
if he was,
in that.
if he was really flexible and didn't mind being squished right up against the edge, he could probably do it. Now, should you? No. That's a horrible idea. But if there was anyone who could, it would be him.
So, you're not going to buy any of the food, Ivy?
No.
Fair enough. Do you want to hunt it yourself, I assume?
I mean, I know there are those wolves around. I'm not sure how good they are for eating.
Oh, I have some money. I can give you some if you'd like some food.
But there's
I don't have
food on
much.
the ship.
Fair enough.
Well,
No one's cooking it
I
anymore. so
went in
must
for a
take it.
moment, saw
whatever
someone
stuff
in there that
I
I didn't
mean,
want to disturb, so
since
I'll go in
the
later.
the power to the airship is basically gone completely out. Anything that's in the cold storage, if it's not moved somewhere to better keep it properly cold, because it's at like that perfect not cold enough temperature in there, it's going to go bad. So better to eat it sooner rather than later.
Fair enough.
With the airflow turned off, it should be much colder in there now anyway, so...
Never mind.
Yeah, it's just
Alright, we get
possible risk depending on just a number of things. Basically, just be careful. What are you guys doing?
Are you on Winter Watch?
He's on Winter Watch.
We should.
Why are they hopping the wall?
Come on.
You good over there?
It's a graveyard.
Oh, okay, there was.
Anything particularly interesting?
No.
You okay?
No, I just keep hearing whispering.
Huh?
I think you should get some more rest if you need to, Winters.
I think that's good, yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll go lay down. Is there a bench or something I can lay on the backyard?
I mean, there's probably some around here. One of these buildings might be open or like a tavern sort of thing.
There may be a tavern somewhere we can find.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I was told about
Look,
a tavern.
where's the? We lost Ivy.
I saw him run that way, sir.
He's right there.
Oh,
Then we're going out here. Hello,
there's a
Ivy.
bunch over there.
Where are you running to?
Where to find a tavern?
Back to you.
Do you know where the tavern is? Winters wants to take a seat somewhere, rest up a little.
Is this a simple for Houston, or is this something else? Just noticed.
I'm not
it.
sure.
It's Clan Magnus.
That's Clan Magnus?
Yeah, Talia has a similar thing.
Oh.
Interesting.
There's a bunch of
Why
them
would
here, though.
one
I
of
can
their
lay 'em out.
I thought they were on bad terms with each other here. Why would?
That's interesting.
I know. That's a sign that they were here.
I suppose that's true.
I'm gonna go lay on this bench. Maybe the whispering will stop. The voice would go. Unless it's
Perhaps,
like here.
perhaps I'm not sure if I want to ask a question, but is it intelligible or is it just
Trying to get a layout
like
of the place.
white noise practically?
I don't know. I feel like it's trying to say something, but I just can't make it out. That's why I went over to the. Let's get over.
Oh, I mean,
That's why I went to the graveyard.
Ivy, can
I
keep
was trying to hear about her.
I'd like to go check.
unless the source is something physically around, I can tell you from personal experience, it's not usually that simple.
The Archbishop did say that it was a open spirit.
Is it any better though, at least? Like, has it died down any? Is it
Think
just
so.
when it's like quiet?
I think when it went over there, it stopped.
General distraction?
I don't know. But it stopped once it went over there. So I don't know.
Did this happen at all yesterday or the day before since we got here?
No. No. Just here.
Okay. I do not know then. Hopefully it's just delayed stress response to things. I'd rather not think about what would be causing just unexplained whispers otherwise. It's the only other time that I heard anyone talking about that was 2 nights ago in that one cave we went into while we were looking for a campsite.
That's where I heard it.
The cave?
I remember it's the same as the cave, yeah.
Huh.
It was on the board too, right? Wait, we should go to the board. We should go to the board. I think I'll explain things.
I mean...
The board had an article on it.
Okay. Might as well go check just for trying to figure this out, I guess.
Okay, this part.
I was gonna say, I don't know if there's really any difference between them. Aside from the one that has that one mark, but... Okay, so... which one in particular? The...
There it is, right here.
The orbs?
Those who have heard the comfort whispers that emanate from nowhere. They're unsettling, speaking cryptic and incoherent phrases. The message is chillingly clear. Astrea's end is near.
I mean...
But it's like, it's not deep.
I've never...
It's, like, high-pitched.
Like, almost like... just sort of like ringing you get in your ears after being nearby a loud noise or something?
No, it's like... somebody's whispering and they're... like, on the other side, I don't know. Like, since we were there by the tent, right, it sounded like it was from the graveyard.
Okay...
I don't know how to say it.
I mean... I don't know
if
I don't think it's the orbs or anything because well, like I said,
maybe if you get hit in the head hard enough,
I would hear if they were around right now, I would be painfully aware of that fact, and I hear nothing. So
does it cause you pain?
Sorry.
No. There's no need to say sorry. It's not like we're doing anything. I'm sure that whatever you're doing in the church is much more important than us standing around here talking about whispers.
Are you still hearing whispers?
Apparently they've died
No,
down.
it stopped. Once I got to the graveyard, it stopped. Unless we tried to replicate it or something, we stand by that tent.
Question.
Yeah?
Any of you seen this symbol before?
According to Winters, Talia said it was the mark of Clan Magnus.
Oh, right.
I would probably confirm with her, though, just to make sure, because I don't personally know.
Magnus.
Okay, well.
Ah.
Doubly confirmed then.
Okay. Understood. Just gotta walk away from that before something happens.
Yes. That, means they're in the city.
Yeah.
kinda don't want to replicate this, but we could stand by the tent and then the whispers will come back.
I mean,
I don't know if it's a good
probably
idea,
just
but-
be walking by it just to go back towards where everyone else would be, so might as well find out now. Well,
I heard it. Okay.
Sure you're not just hearing the distant voices of the people of the city?
I don't know.
It probably is the distant voices of people in the city because it's literally everywhere.
I was gonna say, you might have more sensitive hearing than we do. I don't really.
It's alright, Winters. We have your back if anything.
Thank you.
I was gonna say if there's something that's a threat, but unless it's something.
Stop hearing things, I can knock you out.
Maybe
I
not
feel
in the
like
city.
that would cause more problems for her than solve them.
It will not. The rest potions are very effective, and then you just use a stamina potion to wake them up.
Where's my potion? By the way.
Might have accidentally fallen off your belt.
Oh. I'm assuming I still have it. So
Yeah,
that's okay.
yeah, you have it. Anyways,
I'm still hungry.
yeah,
I'll just sit down.
all right. There. It'll be all right.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a very forgettable name. Is she okay? Not that I care too much.
Winter!
She's not feeling great this morning. It seems.
Have you seen the dragon with black wings? Yeah.
I believe I
Where
saw
are
it,
they?
Past those arches.
They were
don't
flying
think
over
they
the
sit
city a
there.
bit ago.
More than likely long enough.
There's a tavern, I think, over here if you'd like to get up.
Is it the tavern or is it just like a tavern? So
I'm
hungry,
not
could
sure.
eat
I
them.
didn't pay a visit to it yet.
Probably,
Different here.
probably usual fare. I mean, you were hungry, right? We
I
could.
saw him in this direction, but that was about it.
Surely there'll
I'm
be somewhere to sit
hungry.
down there, so you could.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Lumen. Alright, bye!
Come on.
Come on, Winters.
Maybe it'll help to get some food in you.
Yeah, maybe food will be helpful. Okay.
If anything else, it's at least a nice warm spot over here.
Sit by the fire. Get a nice warm,
Yeah.
or buy some candles.
I might be able to just leave some coin up here, get something.
Here, just so that it's known. Leaving. I'll leave it down here so when it comes and swipes it.
Yeah.
Use some coin.
Conspicuous enough if, like, those who are supposed to be back there see it.
I paid for you, Winters. Here's some blueberry meat.
Oh, thank you. love the beer mead. Thanks, Astrea.
Of course. Drink up. I don't have much coin on me, but shouldn't be that much, right? I didn't see any really prices.
I mean, the amount I saw you pull
Unless
out
they're, like,
looks
price hike
more
for
than
storing
enough.
Yeah.
So what's up with the flying dragons?
What?
The
Oh,
one that
there's a
flew
captain.
overhead.
Perhaps he might have the answer for that. Depends on what they talked about. Are you trying to eat the cup?
What was that? I'm just like randomly.
Hmm?
They're wearing all black.
I mean, I've seen a few people in here that their attire is mostly black, so it's probably just one of the people that lives here.
I got Winter something because she said she was hearing voices. Well,
I
it's
believe
time
so.
to drink
Yeah,
up
I think
because we
so.
have work to do.
Where's
Oh.
Lumen?
Hi, Monty!
I've been waylaid. Hi. Hi.
Are you looking for Lumen? Last I saw, they had gone,
What
like,
work
kind
do we
of
have to
towards
do?
that way.
Yeah, they're off on an
What's that?
adventure. Monty, do you want any mug?
No, I'm quite alright.
It's full of
I'm
fiber.
still working.
Okay.
I'm still
So-
working off a headache.
Please,
Our
don't.
task for the day is locating the best place for this shield generator to be installed.
Alright.
Yes.
Hi! Do you work here?
No.
Do you want to?
Winter's
I'm...
enough.
I don't think that's how that works. I don't suppose anyone saw any particularly viable spots on their walk around before I returned.
Wasn't
I
exactly
don't know much about
focusing too heavily.
it, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
We made it the usual the standard size. I can't remember the exact effective radius of it all. It's hard to eyeball it.
From what I
Quite some time
heard,
since we put it up.
From what I heard is that the time span from when you sort of made a beeline here after seeing this prophecy of yours was within the span of a week. Now, I don't doubt that you lot are quite the experts in the time that you have been on the island, as well as from now.
I mean,
I can't help but feel a little doubt.
we had some. There was one already being made up just in case before that vision happened, so it wasn't work from scratch.
Since we first arrived in Droza, all the way to the south, in fact, we started the work on a smaller variant that we could test it in the field against the
teleporters.
ones that can teleport.
Yeah.
That's the one that's been converted now back to a full-size model. So a considerable amount of the effort had already been made.
Then one thing needs to be considered as well, if it survived the crash, apparently. Apparently, landing quite abruptly might have did a number of hit.
Well, fortunately, with the crash being focused at the front and bottom ends of the ships, it was on the complete opposite end, given where the lab is located, so... I mean, we could go check on that first, just to, well, confirm that it's intact. But otherwise,
I would like to do that.
position... Yeah.
All right. You ready to
And
move,
then,
Fevira?
And then we can worry about positions, since ideally, I'd like a little bit of just, you know, protection for just immediate point of access, even though I know it needs to have access to the sky, so it kind of limits
Give me
the
1 second.
options. Of course. Fortunately, it seems like most of the areas here are open air, so I don't think finding a place where it has direct access to the sky should be an issue. It's more somewhere that's not going to be just completely out in the open.
And that we actually can contain a significant portion of the space as well within it.
Yeah.
Should we go inside the tower there? On top?
I think
it would need to be
it would need to be mostly ground level and also centralized as much as possible so that it encapsulates the majority, if not all, of the stronghold. If it's off-center, there's a good chance a lot of it would be exposed and defeat the purpose.
Murtash is like a man of the land. You could probably ask him where to center the town. You probably know.
I mean, it would be probably just as easy to ask the person who
with
lives here. Oh, goodness.
Did you get an idea for how big the place is?
A little bit. Haven't completely gone through here, but...
Where has your...
To ask
other one.
Murtash a question.
See?
Let's figure out the placement for this, actually. I think, considering that it seems to be somewhat...
I mean, one thing to
biostandard in
consider...
top shape, or at least then you've also like pre-made one, so there's that. It might be a complete. The problem is I think the largest problem we might be facing is population. It's not as big as Nord.
Yeah. We should probably also consider
Professor, can you do me a favor and
biasing the position towards where the wall is,
make sure that
well, damaged.
at least proactive, yeah.
Murtash says the dead center is the fountain here.
So if it's not going to be able to cover the entirety, we would need to bias it towards this direction so that it covers the gap in the wall. At least.
Hey, Monty.
Hello.
It would probably fit. Still have enough room for me.
Heading off to go check a look in the town, just in case. But...
I'll see what we have in surplus.
We can't put it dead center, or else we have to remove that.
Yeah,
Anywhere
that's
else.
out of the question.
Yeah.
It would be the easiest accessible, though, where everyone can.
If we remove this thing.
Well, maybe take down these rock walls. They can't be too important to the cities, but I don't know if this
be careful of assuming.
Winter, let's not start deconstructing to major headrings.
I was going to say, whatever position we decide upon would need to be absolutely ran by the general anyways, so...
Who are those people?
Oh, that's true.
Are those...
Well,
I'd imagine they'd prefer if
one
we
usually
lent
archbishop
towards
of
their
all
keep
them.
as well, but...
the other is
well-
I'd imagine there's quite some value in keeping the church as well for
hoping to introduce
I mean,
morale.
it's that, but the big one is until the wall's fixed, we would also need to consider the gap in the wall, so it's like there, and the keep, so it's a bit of a balancing act.
However, since the rest of your team is busy, if you'd like to sit with me, I will introduce you to the Archbishop.
Yes, if that is alright, Captain.
What works, works.
What's this?
He wants to
So I'll be
introduce himself to
I just
the...
want to meet the Archbishop.
Do you have purple?
Very well.
like necklace.
Sure. Quick update. One, specifically, these are orders given from the general himself. Specifically, you requested to these orders to be followed by Rosewood. If there are any specific members within Houtston, either if traders or the likes potentially talking positively about Palvindor, they should immediately be called out either to myself, my sister, or my father. They will be then asked for further questioning, specifically due to the involvement with, again, potential Riftwatch members. When it comes to these matters, if there's anything else, if there are any light signals that we should say either during the daytime or the nighttime, we should immediately call them out. And if we should see members or any people stalking between buildings that we should notice, do not immediately engage, but call such things out to Houtston gods or my family or the Archbishop as well.
Okay.
Very well. Of course. When it comes to any of these other matters, feel free to continue. I need to inform the other teams about these things as well, and at least though it looks like for Lumen, unless we find a backup plan, we're most likely going to be staying near the riverside specifically, where we're most likely Houtston gets his food.
While you're here, since you're the most familiar out of any of us of the layout,
Of course.
we're currently trying to evaluate positions that the generator would be able to be set up. Aside from trying to protect the gap in the wall until it can be fixed, what positions and structures here would be the most important to make sure that they're covered, aside from, more than likely, the church and the keep?
On one hand, again, my personal opinion would be putting it in the range where it can once either cover both the church, but most importantly, the gate towards Houtston itself. So what we could do is potentially either center it around here in the market square, or potentially even move it further towards the gate door. But again, this, how do I say this? As terrifying of a concept it is, the best person to ask when it comes to the situation is still my father. He has the understandings of in and outs when it comes to Houtston, and also understands the bigger picture if there is any plans that even I might not be aware of.
Got it.
Right.
This one has special properties to help you sleep.
We'll keep going for a survey, but at the end of the day, I believe wherever we settle upon would have to be approved by him anyways, so...
Speak it into it?
Again, it needs to be approved by him, but it's also he's the best person to ask where specifically to put it.
Wanted names on them, right?
Right.
Should have something to engrave.
We could do a bit of a survey ourselves, or we could just involve him from the get-go. Your call.
I'm not sure exactly how to spell them.
Well, it's worth looking around, at the very least understand. He's coming. The general is arriving right there.
There he is.
Well, perhaps the decision is made for us then.
Don't get him engraved. Wait, hold on. No, wait.
Well...
He's doing them right now.
I can be here for the conversation if it needs be.
I could strike you a deal.
No.
I suppose that would help.
I think we're mostly just
Mess yourself up,
deliberating
old
for the
man.
time being.
We don't want them engraved.
No, we can do it in writing then.
Also, the point
Well,
is,
he just
we
walked
need to
on
buy
past.
surplus. I know that we tried
Well,
to take
guess
care of
we're
our
all
own,
for
but
that.
we don't have fishing rights here.
We can
Or hunting rights.
We'll look around
Buy
first.
whatever we
a
have.
bit of initiative ourselves first.
The more information you have to bring over to him when it comes to the understanding of the shield, location, potential strategy, statistic point, for the sake of Rosewood as well. Anything that you can add to aid to a strategy, he was willing to look over. And he will probably, if you just come over to him and just slap it on his table, so to say, he's probably going to be a lot less supportive than you actually coming over with a proper plan.
I suppose
works well.
I suppose the big thing would be determining how much time it would take to make any sort of repair to the walls, because that would impact how centralized it would be around here versus that direction.
Overall, I've also told him that, for obvious reasons, if Riftwatch were to take this opportunity of the wall being down to attack Houtston, that Rosewood will be standing their ground and assisting with any sort of defense as well.
I appreciate the barter.
I figured such. Right there.
That's a lot of gold. And
Oh, there he is. That keeps happening today, where I go, where did he go? And he appears somewhere nearby.
How can you use someone like Ivy?
You just have that power.
He's
Astrea.
fast.
Yeah.
I will admit, I see very little purpose in focusing our attentions on shielding off towards the wall. I know we are intending to rebuild it, but most of the populace that live there probably already have considered moving out, if not
Fair enough.
destruction. It seems a waste of space to...
Well, if it's going to be a matter of protecting both the gateway into house itself as well as... then probably, let's say, survey the area, like, around this area.
Even if we fight, my father will fight for every inch of land, so do not worry. We will try our best to assist in any sort of matter in that sense.
Is there a possible high altitude that we can get to? Maybe more vantage point?
I've also considered the possibility, which might be beneficial also for Halston as well as members of the guard. I know my sister is educated in such things, but even assisting them on matters of potentially having any sort of Aethertech weaponry that could assist with the dealing of specifically Rift Beast could also be good. My father in itself is very competent when it comes to dispatching Rift Beasts even without magic, but any sort of edge that he could have for the sake of combat would be beneficial.
Keep it in mind. But yeah, as far as vantage points, unless given any ability to be up on the walls, I don't think there's really anywhere that we could get an overhead view of the area.
Bronson, would your father be against or opposed to us perhaps taking a look over there? A possible vantage point. We could perhaps see a better spot to place it over there.
Are you talking about
within
the mountain?
The towers by our training fields?
Well, just to see, not to place it.
Having an
the
overhead
option is absolutely there if you wish to. In the end, if you wish to explore Haltz, then feel free to. Just don't be looking like an idiot sneaking amongst the houses specifically. But if you wish to explore, feel free to.
Let's get a better bird's eye view. No pun intended.
I agree. Astrea fetched the other two.
Yes.
As it stands, I'm currently thinking that the ideal spot would be leaning that way from the center. As far as we can go, that still keeps the church in, but...
Well, if we do use this general side, we also have the advantage of the walls being up there being a pretty heavy defense against physical incursion by other parties.
My advice is also, if you're involving anything involving the church specifically, have a conversation with the Archbishop as well. He is specifically, compared to my father, a little bit more approachable.
All right.
Céline,
Yeah?
Can you hold up your blade for me? I need a mirror.
Sure.
What?
That might take quite a bit of their time away.
Yeah.
Do you need him immediately?
Raleigh's mentioned to you in the past that
What's
you might have
that?
some duties with the church. And that's fully understandable.
Oh, I got it at the stall.
With haste.
Oh.
I don't imagine we'll have any trouble then.
Okay.
Yeah, we did just
Oh wow, it's on me.
Or any other
Looks nice.
Sorry?
Vesper?
Yeah, they gave it to me for free.
Really?
It was going to be me
For free.
Any particular reason, or just...
I feel like it will surpass the quality.
Oh, they said they liked me.
One of my teammates, Angio, and
I think it's also because I helped make a deal for
craftsmanship might suffice.
Probably a bit of column A, column B.
a little too busy right now.
I mean,
yeah.
it's... I was gonna say decently small. I don't think it's going to be breaking their
Business
coin purse
proficient,
any.
so...
Secure some supplies.
It's nice.
That suits you.
Sorry, sir, you can go. I forgot.
Make your way over with the professor, make sure that he's not wandered off alone.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Let's go. As of right now, I think this is everybody.
Apologies.
Rear guard.
Hmm?
Rear guard.
My guard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not guarding.
Oh.
Not that I wanted
We're
to.
to look after him.
By whom? Self-assigned, got it.
You know it.
Oh. Oh wow, what's that?
That is where I was trying to sheep you all towards.
Sure hope someone got permission for
I
us
was
to go
gonna
on a
say-
guard structure.
I was gonna say, are you sure that we should be doing that?
The Bronze Thin told me himself that we are allowed to explore as well as terrorists.
I don't know if this qualifies completely as explore, but...
Well then, I suppose we can leave it up a fault of false communication.
It'll be
or
fine.
Lack of better wording.
Fair enough.
Oh, and there goes windows already.
Well...
God's can she climb?
Yorl.
I can't believe he climbed from
Right.
that side.
You notice something strange about this ladder.
It's a little inconvenient once you get to the top, aye. Just be prepared to jump, I suppose.
Just do a trust fall. You'll be fine.
I suppose the smack dab in the center of the city is the best place. Towards the gate seems to be the prioritization. As I believe those that are probably running will
I was
go
gonna say,
towards the
keep is there, church is there. Those seem to be the two structures that they seemed most inclined to ensure we're protected.
The church is an important place. Many people are housed there.
Yeah. So...
The church is over there. All their food seems to be towards that side on the tavern.
I doubt that's all. Food's easier to move than a church.
Food stores can be transported. As far as a place of that way.
Oh,
I'll go watch her.
Yeah, she's up in there.
I need to ask you both a rather very concerning opinion.
Okay.
In terms of how Norandel has set up their barrier, they have the capacity as well as the population in order to keep the barrier hold and firm. Unfortunately, Holston does not have that same luxury and is smaller in comparison, although perhaps
It
others
might also
benefit
be a
in order to
slightly
encompass the entire barrier.
Might also be a slightly smaller, so I mean the scale is a bit adjusted. But these are also not exactly weak people here. They're all... Seems like everybody here has a bit of a culture of fighting, so they could probably spare a bit more than the average person.
It'll still consume the same amount of mana, unfortunately. That is how it was designed.
Mm.
But
magic is less common in Droza.
These are people by the hundreds, as Norandel was probably by the thousands. That is a huge gap in between of keeping the barrier well fed.
I think it's more
So
of
that is why I need to ask, is that it seems like that the purpose of this barrier is not to protect this stronghold forever.
It's more of a reactive measure than a constantly active one, yes.
Aye.
Probably something that would have to be turned on in sight of an incursion, and then, well, if anything gets inside in that time, it would have to be cleared out, but it wouldn't be a matter of, like, you can't keep it on the whole time.
Make way, there might be an
Yeah. But, again,
I wonder if
overall positioning, I'd probably say still, just knowing about the general effective radius of it, would probably be towards that cluster of buildings towards the back right that would centralize as much as possible, but still fully encapsulate the points that are most concerned with bias towards the keep itself.
How big is this generated field that it emits?
It's hard to say.
From what I can sort of measure from a distance here in imaginary placement, it might be able to cover most of it, but the outskirts, perhaps not. With the output that it may be given.
Monty,
What was that?
do you want up? Do you want up here?
Why would I want up there? I'm sure it is no different from down here. Yes, just by a few feet, I'm pretty sure.
It's not going to make much of a difference, Winter.
This is possibly one of the highest vantage points. I appreciate the inclusion, regardless, though.
If it can contain most of the inner area, then it should be able to contain most of the places we've considered important so far.
There is one other factor that has not been taken into consideration. If this barrier, although weakened and smaller in comparison, could hold up to the brutality and abuse that a Leviathan Rift Beast can apparently dish out.
Well, we've never exactly had the ability to test the level of stress it can maintain. This is more of a buying time measure. I don't think, especially if it can't be maintained the whole time, I do not see it being a perfect defense.
I want to ask all of your opinions, and it might be a moot point because none of you seem to be Bronsons or of the Stronghold originating from it. But do you see these people wanting to back down from their home and leaving it behind?
Certainly not.
Think it's going to be another situation like in Kaba?
With the way that Barrett described his father, I would be shocked if they opted for the route of, fleeing. Even if it meant almost certain death.
None of you seem to understand how important a place like this is.
Might be past tense at some point. Very soon.
They'd rather die here than die in the wild. Because that's how it is here.
Oh god, my eyes!
This place they leave, they die. That's that.
Does it help that there's Riftwatch and Magnus running around outside too?
And gods know who else.
Then
Nonsense made enemies all the way to Slovesh, so
It's pretty much just giving them the best
put another
odds.
option on the table.
Okay.
If it might be at some point useless to fight for a dying cause, and we believe that our lives must be preserved, then maybe instead of setting it center and maybe cleverly enough to encapsulate the ship along with it, maybe ensuring our own escape as well, but as well as some degree the townsfolk as well.
I mean, if it's biased off towards the right, I think the encapsulation would get the majority of the ship. And then again, if it is repaired in time for us to be able to even move it, we can always make small amounts of adjustments to try to bias towards that direction.
Well, if we don't fix it, we die.
Right. The main issues, we just do not know the exact timer we are on.
or we just killed the
Easier said than done.
Our ship is grounded anyway.
We'll have to do eventually, anyways.
Maybe. But maybe not today or the day it comes. When it comes our way, maybe it is better to run with our lives.
Yeah, it's not like the Leviathan's going to be here by nightfall. We have time.
So, we have 3 options. Two of them seem to be along the same lines of favoring Holston. But the other option might buy us enough time if everything goes south, no pun intended. While also giving the benefit of Holston to some degree. As that is a huge hole in the wall as well. One of the bigger walls in comparison to the rest of Holston. And therefore it poses a huge disadvantage for Rift Beasts to mount the walls. So maybe there's an argument to be said there. Silver lining. What?
What if we move the ship and replace the wall with the ship? It's about the same size.
We literally cannot move the ship. It is powered down completely.
And the arrangement is we repair the wall, not leave it in a state where once we depart they won't have it anymore.
Yeah. So the argument of protecting the hole in the wall would probably be considered a bit of a moot point, only because they would be expecting us to fix it.
Fair enough.
That said, it's still a bit closer on the side that is less immediately defended by natural terrain. Like, this entire side of the city has the mountainside as a bit of a natural wall. Of course, that means it can also be scaled.
Also, there's flying rift beasts. And big ones.
There's flying beasts, there's teleporting beasts. It seems foolish to expect them to rely on.
Have you not heard of those? There are ones that can teleport themselves and others in large groups.
That was the reason that we made the smaller shield generator, and as the fact that we didn't get around to making it or testing it.
We don't know.
Means we're not entirely sure whether the shield will even prevent them from being able to jump themselves inside in the first place.
Yeah.
Here, what are you doing?
What?
I'm just curious what you're doing.
Just standing.
Sorry, I'm trying to make conversation.
I don't know which choice is the right one. Either favoring a bit of ourselves or giving them the entire trusted defense.
Well, we do need to at least make sure it's somewhere that's open enough that we can set up the equipment properly. So there's also that. There's a few spaces that look to be open around those buildings down there. So there's definitely some options. Although as far as the most open place would ironically be right by the
Need
church.
help down, Winters?
No.
What have you, Captain Yo?
I could follow if I wanted.
If we do position it towards the ship, it'll probably be the church that we lose in terms of covered protection.
My assumption is that it's likely going to be a bit of a non-negotiable there.
There is the factor of not telling the whole truth. They won't know They won't know up until the moment of it happening.
And if they expected to cover it,
What?
and then it turns out that it didn't because we withheld that spec, that could very well turn them against us in the very same moment that the Rift Beasts are upon us.
Aye, at that point there's not even any reason to set up the shield in the first place.
We sure are putting a lot of our, I suppose, money down on perhaps a stronghold that won't survive for the weeks. Regardless, though, I respect the decision.
If we consider the viability of the locations that we go to expendable wherever we go, we're going to just continue to prove all those articles that pin the blame of all those things on us, right? I'd rather not give them reason to continue to add to that.
The main
Especially when
question
it
is
was
going to be
pitched
whether
for
we can get the ship
defending them.
airborne in time.
I feel like
That is still a question in the air.
I feel like that entirely
No pun
depends
intended.
on the nature of the Leviathan itself. Because I imagine it would have to be somehow occupied for us to get enough height to evade it. Otherwise, it would probably just be easily able to swipe us out of the sky.
What was that?
It will come from the south, the Leviathan.
Are you sure about that?
It's coming from southern Droza, so I sure hope so.
Yes. It used to be in the ocean, and then the
I
dragon
believe it is.
afterwards, too.
Really, I believed it was the first seen subterranean one, a bipedal one.
Bipedal?
Yes, as in walking on 2 feet like us.
Oh god, it's Godzilla.
Is it big?
If that-
Or do you think it's person-sized?
It's Leviathan. It is the biggest class of Rift Beast.
Is that big as in size or big as in destruction power or something?
Both.
I'm pretty sure a single step of it could level an entire house. Actually, that is another good point. There are people that apparently saw said Leviathan in some sort of vision. Getting to know what it looks like might be able to.
The only one you'd be able to ask that is here is Laurium. He's one of the Terra members. The other person who saw it was one of the chieftains of the tribe that we were present with at the time.
Well, that'll do us good.
Yeah, they're not here, so the only one who saw it firsthand that we can access is him.
One thing's for sure. The placement on the barrier might also depend on the siege equipment or the warfare equipment needed to combat or stall this Leviathan Rift Beast as much as possible. If the notion that we are going with is attempted killing, then they also need to know that perhaps where the placement of the barrier is, which by the sounds of it is definitely sounding between somewhere along this line.
Why don't we just remove the slaver stuff?
I think that
what?
I'm pretty sure that already happened.
Cages.
It's currently most of it is apparently under the airship right now.
I was looking at the mountain range.
So, well,
I mean, I feel like at
It is
this
a
point
gift.
we may have to consult with the general or the archbishop, or both. Because we can talk as much as we want about it, but at the end of the day, until we go to them, we can't really finalize any of it.
So I suppose we've reached a standing point of at least some degree of where we want to place the barrier, correct?
Yeah. We could get a better idea on the ground, because we'd have to kind of get in between the buildings there, but I see a few potential points, depending on exact preference.
Astrea, Winters, what have your thoughts?
I'm not much educated on the subject of this device, so I'm not much help, but I trust your guys' decision, and I'll follow through with whatever orders are given to me. As long as these people get help, I don't care if they want it or not.
Sometimes you need to tell white lies.
I mean, they will get as much help as they're willing to provide themselves, as the ability for it to work is mostly on their shoulders rather than ours.
Yes.
I think that might actually be better then. I think they're less likely to take it if we're the ones doing it all, but if it's in their...
Well, if we do it all, we also have no energy to fight for our own survival.
This sounds dumb, but what if we convince them that it's their own idea to put down the shield?
In a particular location?
What do you mean?
Well, they don't like to listen to us.
Yeah, if you pick somewhere suboptimal, somewhere that doesn't make any sense, they might use their pride to put it somewhere.
I'd say let's not intentionally shoot ourselves in the foot there, but if you give them options, all options that we prefer as a possible choice, and then at the end of the day they make the final call, it's their choice, but a guided one.
Your final thoughts on what took place.
I'm expecting them to be unaccepting, thus making attempts to cover the ship if they are set on their church and keep being well contained, but that will depend on conversations we have with, well, the general and I suppose the bishop as well.
Hmm?
Where did he go?
I think we'll have a difficult time convincing them otherwise.
I mean, we won't know until we try. And we're going to have to eventually either way, so we might as well get it over with. Just need a unified opinion.
Who here is brave enough to talk with the head longsword? Very well then, Winter, anyone else?
What does that mean?
I mean, it might make the most sense for the two of us, since we know the most about how it operates.
I mean, you're coming along.
Okay.
If you need someone to talk with the bishop, I could most likely talk. Maybe I can convince Helma to work with us.
If the Archbishop knows, then maybe our word might carry a little bit more. If, seeing that I suppose the Church of Ordo is in somewhat alliance with the Holstins. So
Yes.
that might be a good point, actually. If it sounds like it's
And
from
if
the
we-
word of him.
Yes, and if we promise to keep the church safe, I'm
And
sure it may
also
sway
in
them.
alignment with Erna, but that's a different matter.
We'll be on that one then, Astrea.
Suppose so. If you'd like, I can fill in Helma, if that is alright with you, and since she is a follower of Ordo, we can possibly use that as someone else to go with me.
Helma or Riley, if you happen to find either of them, because Riley has been
Yeah.
interfacing with the bishop
Why not all of them?
quite heavily.
I can talk with the both of them.
Whomever you can find, for sure. That will...
Alright.
I don't see any harm in it.
So,
Before you make any promises, do gauge their
interest?
willingness of the church itself to be excluded.
Mean included? What do you mean excluded?
Excluded. Like I said, I
Gauge
think
your
it's going to be like
gauge your
it's
priorities
without
on where they
including
need
the
areas to be protected. Before.
Alright. Sorry, I misunderstood. But I understand now.
You're fine. Shall we start making the descent?
Aye. It's probably wise that you have that discussion before we approach the general, so that we know.
I'll go find Helma and Riley, discuss with them first, get their opinions, and then we'll go from there.
Alright.
Thank you, Astrea.
I'll let you go
Of
ahead
course.
then.
Once you've had that conversation, then.
Yes, sir.
I think for the time being, though, we head down. We could get a closer look at some of the areas over there, just so that we might be able to directly point to spots as possible examples, but otherwise, I don't think we have much more that we can do up here. Alright.
Has anyone else noticed that there's just a common theme of putting two training circles around one another?
Well, what if we do a second training circle?
If it works, it works.
Okay, well, I guess they're not coming. Let's see. If we just assume about 80%. You could just use the ladder.
Well, that's fun.
I mean, yeah, I guess it is. Just you're going to scare people half to death if anyone saw from a distance someone just fall off of a tower and not see you catch yourself.
We'll be fine. Like that was there. Oh, there's people coming. I think you're right.
Yeah. What a surprise! They come running when they see someone fall off of a fucking tower. You are ridiculous, I swear. Are they coming?
They're investigating something. We might want to go back up, honestly.
Oh.
I don't want to go.
No, they're coming.
You saw sleepwalkers on the road? Oh.
What?
Look at them. They want to go.
Where is she going?
I think to go after you, but now they're... Oh, by the way, Monty, if you want to inquire about the vision, that individual over there is Lorium, the one who saw it. So...
Understood.
Furbolg on Terra. Simplest answer.
Quite rare to see two Furbolg.
I understand what you were trying to say, sir.
Yes, I got a big tongue tie.
They're helping us right now with people outside of the wall being sleepwalkers. I suggest you keep that mouth shut, or I will remind you where your place is.
Well, yeah. Alright.
A spectacle out of this? Don't
No.
expect we'll keep on going.
No, I was waiting for confirming that we were all here. What's this about sleepwalkers?
Something about folk being caught walking the streets outside. At least that was the impression I got. Something about them having seen that cloaked figure that we encountered at Carver.
Wasn't us, I hope. No one mentioned anything about any stuff like that.
I saw a cloaked figure earlier.
When?
Remember the one by the Yeah, when we're at the
Oh, wait, at the tavern? You did not mention a cloak, you just said all black.
that is a cloak.
Black, cloaked. That is literally the person we're looking for.
Yeah.
Oh.
And what happened to this cloaked individual?
They ran towards town. They went from the gates.
Okay, well...
Let me know if you see him again.
That was... I've seen a bunch of other people wearing mostly black, but I wouldn't say they were cloaked, so that's why I...
No, they were definitely cloaked. They had a hood on and everything.
Okay, well that would have been good to know.
All I could see was the flashes.
Not aired us before. You've been able to hear us right there.
Hello again! You know, I only just thought of this, but I just realized. How many rest potions do you need?
What? Today? I've already used one already.
I can give you...
Well, that was the Archbishop walking by, so I don't know if Astrea already had a word with them or not.
Most likely not. He was going off to fetch the others. I imagine they'd
So...
found their way of hiding somewhere already.
There is a fairly large steps up there, but it looks like there's a pretty heavy door into the mountainside itself. So I'd imagine they would probably
have it so offset from everything else.
That's why I'm thinking if it's going to be anything, it'd probably have to be over here in order to cover that distance. Where's she?
In what sense?
It's like, which way?
She just spent 2 gold on rest potions.
Is she not aware that we still have supplies on the ship?
I literally told her I can make them for free, and she said, business.
A
She asks for money, don't give her any.
A fool and their gold are easily parted.
I don't think there's going to be much chance that we are getting much in the way of distance up those stairs.
I would probably say that
If
the
we
likelihood
cover
of being able
just
to
this
put it
little gateway
anywhere
here.
beyond this gate would be unlikely.
I wasn't planning on putting it beyond the gate, but
I know, I'm just
we can
saying.
get it to cover the gate, we can then actually look to...
I mean, with the effective radius I'm thinking of, if it's somewhere like there's some open area kind of like here-ish almost that possibly would need to, we'd possibly have to see about cutting down those 2 trees right there in that area, but it's a bit of a area that's a bit protected by some of the buildings, so it's not just something that people can just casually walk up to and mess around with, and the effective radius I think would still be enough that it would probably cover the church. I just don't think it would go any further beyond, like, well, the actual
I was originally
mountain.
thinking about somewhere around here, but that's what I was expecting to have to cover further beyond. I think if we do
Well, I mean-
expect to only make it to this wall, we could actually place it quite some further distance that way.
I guess it
Which
depends on how
benefits
confident they
both
are.
us and the church.
I suppose. I guess it just depends on how vital it is that that pathway between that gate and that one into the mountainside is. And judging by how
the thing
large
is,
it
the
is.
keep is well protected, given its look.
Yes, but
If we do expand that way, we're going to waste a lot of space with the mountainside.
Yeah, this is where I saw the person running. They went they went across this gap here. Not on the road, though.
I'm sure we
They're more
can
off the
convince the general that there is value in pushing it further that way, and that there's more space for actual occupation inside the barrier rather than wasting it protecting some rock.
Just don't go for the gate, I would assume. It's probably locked, for that matter, so... Either way,
From here it looks like she wouldn't even be able to reach the lock.
I think you're right that we probably try to orient it a bit further away from the mountainside so that we get as much of the... Because we're basically having to sell them on as much of that half sphere that we have available.
Well, the other thing is if we move it that way, then it does also, fortunately, find its way closer to the ship.
We don't need to bring up that part necessarily.
No,
it's just
of
more of
course
a,
not,
that's
but-
more of just a side benefit.
What's this I hear about you wasting money on potions that we already have in supply?
Oh, well, I mean, he gave me a free hairpin, so I don't know. I felt like
Well,
I
it
needed
ain't
to.
free if you then go and get fleeced on stuff, something you don't even need.
Well, I do need more.
We could just make more. There's several people that know how to make them, and very effectively too.
But wouldn't the resources be better for something else? Not my way.
You know, it's your money. You can spend it how you
At the
want.
end of
Just
the day,
do try to make sure you have enough to cover yourself in an emergency.
Oh, plus I got it back too. What is it? The paladin paid for it. Said it was in good faith wording.
The paladin?
Yeah. He paid for me.
Oh, so did you?
It's really
so
cool.
so you didn't pay any of your own money for the potions? Is
No.
what I'm hearing. Okay, well that was some missing critical information.
Oh.
If that's
I
a
stumbled away on getting... Oh, never mind.
either way, we try to see about finding out if their conversation happened. I think I saw the three of them together, so I think they found each other. It's just a matter of how quick this chat is. They might have... Oh, are you kind of trying to take, like, eyeball measurements? Yeah.
Ural, what are your L5 feet? I sorry.
Just trying to figure where might be this best spot that we can just barely cover that gateway. Might be a stretch to put it on the other side of the wall here. But that would leave us in a better position, and it would ensure the church's safety.
Should we take a quick survey of, like, the area over here, see if there's any good flat ground? Because that's one of the key things, is that it needs to be relatively too far off that direction. We want it to be more this half. Oh. It's a bit sloped
I mean, we
here,
could
but...
drop the airship here and then it would be kind of flat.
Yeah, that's
Though I
not an
expect this
option.
would be too far for the wall.
The winding spell might also do it.
This is probably the flattest area available. Any further up and it starts getting more angled. I don't think the equipment could handle that. It wouldn't project properly. I think it was more flat up a bit over to our right. I mean, I suppose here, but...
Somewhere around here would be my initial thought, but once again, it's going to come down to the general's
Well, we can...
opinion on us.
We can have options, because more than likely he's going to want to see prospective spots up in person with the explanation of why. So, if we have options available to us, that would be probably the best bet. So I'm guessing you're saying
See if
like
you can find out if Astrea is having that conversation.
here.
Don't disrupt it if he is.
I'll take a quick peek in through the door of the church, because I imagine that's where they're having it. If they are.
How dare you?
Thank you for teaching me.
Okay.
A place of establishment, and you have to make your living here.
Right next to the church.
They're in the church right now, and they're definitely talking. I see them in there, so.
Right there is the flattest ground in the city, right?
Is the what?
It's the flattest ground in the city, right there.
Yeah, but a lot of it would be wasted space of encapsulating the mountain sides right here, which would minimize the amount of effective area that is available to, well, people on the ground. So realistically, the best bet would be to try to have it as close to the edge of the dome, so that it's covered, but it's not using up some of that dome into a wall, basically.
Assuming the general sees reason, I'm sure he can be talked into an area similar to around here, and I think this might serve well for both this place and ourselves should we find need to retreat to the ship.
With that in mind, then, would you say first place we pitch is effectively right around here, this sort of plaza of sorts?
Aye. Well, first it will be seeing how determined he is that we cover his little fortress, and convince him otherwise if he is dead set on it.
Understood.
If all else fails, then we'll have to reconsider.
End of the day, we need to make sure it at least is set up somewhere, because we'll be worse off without it.
What is it, Winter?
Under these little horses room, can you come with me?
What? Huh?
I don't want to go alone.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
And under these little horses room.
Oh. Why do you need company for that?
The city?
You know what? Fine.
Okay, I don't know where. Maybe over here. Won't be long.
Yeah, I mean, do what you need. Ridiculous. I guess a rock right here would probably be the most optimal place to wait. Where the fuck did she go? Is she still here? I'm gonna get shot. I'm gonna get fucking shot. I feel like I am going to get shot. Why did I need to come with her? I don't know if this is Kaneko being Kaneko, or if this is like a setup and I'm gonna get like fucking shot. She's such a cryptid. Did you like go in the house? Can you go in the house? I don't think you can. Sun's still a bit in my eyes this direction. Certainly a good training setup out here. Kind of reminds me of what Lumen tried to do, except with a lot more, well, order to it. All built on the edge of ruins. Yeah, that's what I assume. She probably respawned somewhere, because, like, I do not see her anywhere. So, she's either AFK or she, like, ran somewhere fucking weird and, like, they're all, like, hiding somewhere. But, again, does not change the fact that I feel like I'm going to get shot. Seriously, where the fuck is she? Oh, there she is. Better. By the way, has the whole whispering thing acted up any since you last brought it up? Good.
No, But whispering?
You remember this morning, you were saying that you felt like you were hearing, like, whisperings off in a distance and you couldn't tell where they were originating from.
Oh, well, I don't remember, but you haven't heard anything?
Noted. Just want to make sure. She doesn't remember? Is that winter being winter, or is something happening? I should probably let somebody know. Probably Astrea if I can catch him.
Captain? Captain?
He appears to have moved. Oh, wait, no, there he is.
I mean, you could always help get lumber for me, or
Alright,
there you go.
Everything's
If
better
you know
now.
anyone that can do mining, you could probably mine up
I
some
see
rocks.
he's finished.
In order to forward some sort of payment.
So it would seem.
Yes, I would love to be of assistance. Before I make this purchase, do you have any religious texts on Qualm specifically?
Let me see. Hold on one second.
Where's the big blue guy?
Ivir?
Ivir?
Is that
you?
You told me all this time you've known.
I fear. Yes, Mercy.
They came with
I don't
Still
actually
wait on a
know.
ship to get here.
That is a good question.
Hey,
One
Richard,
that will have to be
just,
answered
just
later.
On your back.
I was gonna say,
This is a family heirloom.
You know
This
them over
came
there,
from
right?
My father.
Never mind then. I just thought it was an honor, so I had no idea it had such importance.
No, it's alright. I
just making sure.
Everything on me is. The only thing is I have a pouch filled with
Yeah,
some
but why
gold,
not?
but I just.
I mean, You've been on the team with Ivir for a good while now, so I'm surprised you didn't know his
I
name.
don't have anything Quan related, but I do remember making a trade with someone recently. I think around like a week or two ago. This may sound a little weird, but it is the celestial planes and such.
Oh, I mean, I'll take it. How much will this run me for the encyclopedia plus the celestial planes?
If you do not want to do gold, I would probably trade you for getting me.
That was Malik, something about sigils representing some poison mage.
Of, like iron and minerals.
Sigils
or
of
anything
poison
valuable
mage?
for my paw and what is my mom name?
Imagine one of the scouting teams has made the find.
I was going to say, did they make any mention of where they saw this or what said sigil looked like?
Do you mind if I get some help for the mining?
Not specifically.
Maybe.
That's fine.
All right.
Also, can I
do you know where is there a mining spot I can
talk
go
to you real quick?
That is like
Just,
open.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you I remember if we mentioned to you the whole that she said she felt like she was hearing whispering earlier today. But I had asked.
I was not informed of that.
Okay, well, she kept getting this like sort of blank look around here and just swearing she was hearing whispers. I asked her if it had happened again, and she says she doesn't even remember anything like that happening. Anyways, I was just wanting to.
You said that discussion is done.
Yeah. God, these birds are bold.
Yeah, you said
Okay.
the discussion was done.
Well, I mean, I figured as
Had
such
you
by
already
the fact that he was out here, but we were just kind of giving him time to finish his purchase.
Whatever that is. Aye.
Yeah, I figured you might want to know that, so can talk about it later if you need.
I missed the end because the Chancellor.
It's. I don't know what it is, but it seems like she seemed bewildered that I had asked that question, and then just now. She's known Ivir's name before, right? Like, that wasn't just, you know. It's like all of a sudden she's forgotten things that happened just earlier today for no apparent reason. And it doesn't seem like it's, you know, usual winterisms. If you notice anything else like that, it might be a sign of a problem, I don't know.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah.
Speaking of voices, have things remained as they were on the airship?
Yes, there's. Ever since we've taken off, basically, and that day that everyone had that big discussion with each other, nothing's come up. Even with mentions of other things that people have been running into, I haven't felt a thing.
Good.
Which is almost as concerning as it is nice.
Something to report as to the reason of your absence?
Going to need the 15 gold up front, and then
I
if
went to
can't
get something, and then I came back and you all were gone, so I looked around and I couldn't find you.
We have 15 gold.
Oh, man. Hello.
Somewhere in the city.
What'd you get there?
Must be somewhere in here.
I have good news and bad news.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I will need that
Bad news first.
okay?
I need to go mining now to pay off these books.
I do have it.
You're a miner!
Mining what?
Ores, minerals, things like that for that person.
Okay.
With express permission. However, good news, I've already had the discussion with the Archbishop.
And how'd it go?
they have agreed to help discuss with us.
Okay, so what you're saying is they want to be involved when we speak with the general. Then.
Yes, and they said they will be on our side. I told them about the church possibly being on. Maybe we should go somewhere else for this, not right in the open.
Yeah.
By that tree over here, we can.
Which tree? There are so many.
You are so specific.
I pointed my hand to it.
Your head is not noticeable.
That tree, that tree, that tree, that tree.
The large.
I
was here earlier. No one complained.
Come on, out with it.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Explain yourselves.
So, I have expressed to them that their church may be out of the range of the shield, and they said to do not worry, that depending on where it's said, it should be in range according to them. I tried to express not. However, they said that if it is not, then they are okay with it because they are suitable themselves to defend it. So,
is that so?
If they are certain of that
matter,
that makes things a bit easier.
Changed slightly, but I think it's likely that it will remain within, assuming we can convince the general of our current plans. When are you expected to be doing this mining?
Anytime I'm free, I can do it tonight, tomorrow. Whenever you don't need me, I can do it on my downtime.
What did you get?
Hey, what are you fucking doing down there? That's somebody's backyard. My backyard. And you're just standing around having a fucking conversation and what's wrong with you?
Way to go, Astrea.
Thanks, Astrea.
I'm sorry.
We are sorry. It was his idea. All his.
Hey, get the fuck out.
Go upset him if you must.
No!
Shut up, Winter.
What did he say now?
She was like, he can mine
Is
stuff
there
for
your
you.
problem? You have to take care of it. What is she doing? Astrea hit her.
I witnessed it, but it was nowhere near enough to have downed her to the ground. Winters.
This is fairly normal.
I'm aware. I didn't realize it was this
Astrea,
bad.
please refrain from killing our teammate.
Lord.
I'm holding the books. What do you want me to
He
do?
made that problem. I'm not dealing with it.
Can you at least move her out of the yard before they get yelled at again?
He's doing perfectly fine. Someone just had to take his books. That's no damage.
Who wants to carry the heavy book?
Are you pranking us again?
What even was it that he purchased for such labors?
One is a small book, and the big book is an encyclopedia of all flora and fauna and minerals among the land of the northern Droza.
You know, I could have
He's the one that convinced me to get it.
I see. As long as it don't interfere with you assisting with the reconstruction.
No, it won't. If anything, I can mine out some stone to help reconstruct the wall.
That's stealing. It'll get you in more trouble.
No, it's not, because we got express permission.
He will be running an errand for the one he's essentially buying in down payments for. Essentially, he debt himself.
Sorry for bunking you, but I didn't want to do more work.
Oh, I know.
And how has that worked out for you?
Well, she tried to. Oh my goodness gracious!
Just put her down and take your book back.
Well, we have a conversation to arrange with the general.
Yeah, you have a conversation that you can discuss with the Archbishop now, if you'd like.
Have fun with that.
I believe this is some of the more blue members that you spoke of.
Yes. they can give you further information about what we discussed, and they will be the ones most likely heading the discussion with the general himself.
I see. Well, I suppose you have a few questions that you'll need to ask me then. I suppose we should talk in the church then, if you so wish, or we can hold this at a later time, when you're more prepared.
We can speak now.
Prefer.
Unless you intend to be present at the meeting, then I suppose the two of you can either attend this or just don't get into too much trouble. Specifically,
don't sign yourself up for
I'm gonna
any more
go
work.
bring these books. I was doing it as payment. Do I look like I have 5 gold on me?
Possibly.
Oh, I can give you 2.
Yeah,
It is
you
not
intended to stay, or you're...
Yes. Would you... if you
I'll
have debts,
stay.
I'd be more than happy to help pay them.
If you are alright with it, sir,
Astrea, don't further indebt
I
yourself. You're
imagine
already in
what we
one.
could do
That's how
then.
they get you.
You're gonna
No, because
trade.
you're paying off the other debt.
You would have a net zero change in your
Then-
debt. It would just be who you're indebted to.
I imagine he can...
Except this
do
one could
something
possibly
for us
pay,
then, in exchange.
cause interest now. Astrea,
I can help
We
clean
don't
up the
do
church.
interest, no.
Yes, we
Cleaning
do
up the
not do
church will be
interest.
very beneficial to us, yes. However, there may be a few other things that we may wish to have you help us with.
Alright. Captain?
I promise, if it is peace of mind, we will likely have far less for you to do than others you may be indebted to.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
probably
that
the most
seems
you would
like a
probably be
positive, at
doing
least.
is working under Riley to help maintain the peace. Given that it seems you two are beneficially working with each other,
Yes. What?
I believe
They
that can
have
be
less for
arranged
him
then.
to do to work off your debt.
Yeah, but they
Yes,
might
alright.
value that
Thank you.
help
Thank you.
higher. Who knows?
Thank you.
I think he's going on
I'll go
patrol
pay them now.
so to keep the
I
peace,
value
not
high
going to the
risk.
mines,
That's how it
like,
goes
people
around this
simply-
world.
It's not.
Yes,
It's not
they
my
will
situation.
to
It's his
help as a
choice.
lay order.
She's
I
not
believe that
from-
will
Fair
be
enough.
beneficial.
I will find her later and pay her.
Oh, okay. Do you want to
Okay,
let's have this conversation.
Let's have this talk before he makes any more arrangements for us.
Alright.
The first time, first time, shame on me. Second time, shame on you.
Now then, if this is all of the people that will be accompanying you, or I suppose there is one more.
Yes.
Forgive me,
I was indicating towards Astrea to the one that he was in debt to.
Now then, from what Astrea has told me, you wish to negotiate dealings for this shield generator in order for it to be put up here. However, from what he had told us, it seems that you will be hitting a bit of a snag due to how large this shield is. Am I correct?
There is limitations which mean we have to take into consideration what parts of the town here will and won't be within the walls of the shield.
And trying to
Indeed.
maximize its
Now, from-
coverage to spaces people can physically be in.
I imagine, given Gudmund and his ways, he will most likely be setting this up within the stronghold that he has. If you have seen the large building outside, that is most likely where he'll be setting it up at, and that is where most likely the coverage will start from. I'm not sure how far this will extend, personally. However, given how close the church is, I believe it'll be close enough to be able to help us at least. I am guessing, though, that your concern is with the other folk that are here within the stronghold, and if it'll be able to hold for them. Well, in that case, I believe there's not been a successful attack in some time on Halston. itself. Last one being from the Bronsons themselves. So, as it stands right now, we cannot really gauge whether or not if a assault is to occur, or this Leviathan is to show up and things were to go horribly awry, where or what plans they will have in mind. However, what our plans will be most likely to either hold up within the stronghold itself, the keep, or to hold up here within the church.
Oh.
It depends. If there are more here, then we will hold here. If there are less here, then we will not hold here.
How large is the hold itself?
Yes, as it seems we are not allowed beyond the gate unless we are given specific permission upon placement, as I see that be the only exception.
The keep itself is rather large on the inside. I do believe, however...
I mean, my question, does that keep have any exposure to the open sky? The projection of the barrier is somewhat reliant on that.
Exposure to the open sky? That's something we'll have to investigate ourselves. See more too. I can't give you an answer off the top of my head right now.
Fair enough.
I'm sure the general will be able to answer our question once we have our conversation with him as well. Which I've heard you intend to be present for.
Indeed. I believe it would be beneficial to have something like that that is able to protect everyone within the stronghold, or at least as many as it can. It would be beneficial to everyone. However, there might be a snag in your negotiations.
That being?
If Goodman were to find this out of favor for himself, if it does not benefit him specifically and only him and the Bronsons, then he will see little reason to even want to have such a shield generator in the first place. However, if you can, shall we say, convince him that would be of benefit to himself and to his people, and maybe perhaps some others along the way, then your negotiations might go better. It's the matter of the general himself that you have to worry about when it comes to this, because of his rather, prideful nature. It very well could be that if you got on his wrong side, he could just outright refuse you all. So, before you could do anything whatsoever when it comes to these negotiations, you have to be able to know the man first. And what better way to know the man than to talk to either his daughter or his son?
His son is honestly amongst our ranks, and I believe we've had enough time spent with him to a point where I think we got to know him to some personal level to different degrees.
But has he talked about his father to any of you? Do you know the nature of his father?
As we made our approach towards Houston, he has spoken of his family on a number of occasions to make us aware of what we would expect coming here, so that we were ready to show proper respect to the ways of the stronghold.
That was good on him then. Better to know someone before you interact with them, indeed.
Indeed.
So, with that being said, do you, as the one who seems to be the one that will be heading this negotiation, know about the father?
I've only ever interacted with him with one time.
Then before you can even start, I would suggest speaking with Barrett and figuring out more. I myself, along with a eye testimony from Lyle, can assist in that matter. I can help convince. However, if you don't frame the argument properly, then even I will not be able to help.
On the topic of convincing, I suppose it seems wise to let you know what we're intending to propose. At least to gauge your opinion on likeliness of his acceptance, or at least sway to it. We're thinking that containing the fort itself is going to be mostly a waste of an attempt, seeing as it is quite some considerable distance away from the rest of the town and surrounded and encased in rock by the looks of it. If we do make any considerable efforts to make sure that entranceway is contained in the shield, a lot of viable space is going to be taken up with rock face that, well, is just unusable by folk too.
Well, here comes the man himself.
We don't wish to take much time. If you're currently busy, Halford, I would take your paladin for a moment. There's a dead body you might need to bury. Chosen right of challenge.
Is everything okay?
Go ahead.
One of the Raylan members decided to challenge my sister. This is what happens when you mess with Bronsons. Paladin, if you mind. Thank you.
But the more space that there is covered outside of the entrance to the stronghold, which is already protected by the mountain, there gives more buffer room as fallback points to reach the safety of the stronghold itself. Not to mention that, in general, it is a tactical advantage against a rather rapidly evolving enemy that... This is not to say anything that they are not able to handle it on their own, but any advantage that one can give themselves in battle would be, when freely given, would be wise to take, in my opinion.
In its simplest terms, having it further out to the town will not only include the church, but mean more space that is actually usable to keep people safe within.
Then I imagine you'll be having a uphill battle, as it were, if you were to propose something. What you're going to need to do then, in that case, is you're going to need to entice him that not only is it more worth it to keep that area safe, keep that area open, but also that it is a strategic and unquestionable better option than to keep it at the keep. Words that butter him up a little bit, ways in which you can appeal to his pride. I imagine people that are able to vouch for you as well. His son, for example, maybe even his daughter would be best as well if she were to, I guess, know exactly what it does and how it works and can vouch for it herself. Will also help you. You're going to need to stack as many cards as you can against him so that it is impossible for him to say that it is not a good idea, even with his pride.
I see. Then we'll have to have a couple of discussions before we are ready to have this meeting with the general.
We do deeply
Indeed.
appreciate your insights on the matter.
Of course. I've been working with the general himself for quite a few months now, perhaps even more now at this point, given how long it has been. I've become privy to his ways and how he, well, handles some of his men as well as his own affairs. I can tell you right now that he is by far not a good person. However, he is still someone you can work with if you know how to. It's just the knowing how.
And I appreciate your assistance in that regard. If I might beg our leave that we catch Barrett before he departs to clear up some things. I'll ensure that you are fetched if we do arrange this talk with the general.
I understand. Well, I will not keep you then. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, before you go, actually. I had spoken to this a little bit with Riley as well as another. However, I do believe it might be prudent to speak with you as well. I've heard that there have been some bad rumors of Rosewood from quite a few months ago, as well as some more surfacing rumors as of late as well. However, my concern more so is the one from several months ago about cultic practices. Now, I am aware that the Grand Inquisitor Octavian was training some cult users over at Rosewood so that they are sanctioned and well trained. However, I am wondering exactly what happened in order to cause these rumors to happen in the first place, and how they got spread. With that being said, we here at Ordo may be talking with a few of your sanctioned occultists in order to figure out what exactly happened and what is going on, as well as to gauge their own capabilities since we do not have them on paper. Not quite yet.
Are you looking mainly to be able to have them on file and record?
Not only that, but I wish to make sure that they're able to control their magic as well.
That is a fair concern.
I understand of your worries, Alfred. But from what I've seen, and you can take my word of it, anyone that is potentially an occultic user has been capable and well trained by the Inquisitor. That you should not have any worries that they might be deciding to go a path that would be uncouth or dangerous to the general world. And if anybody should go down such a way, and if anybody would go down such a way, I'm very sure that such things would be immediately reported and made sure to be treated with the utmost care.
Indeed. And I would hope so as well, and I would hope that any such situation or issue would be talked about with the Grand Inquisitor, Octavian. However, as it stands right now, because of these rumors, I personally do have to make sure myself that everything is, well, you know.
As an archbishop, you have your needs, and I understand that. Over the time being, as we can understand that we are currently trying to still find our footing, as well as make sure that with the existence of Riftwatch potentially on the horizon, if you've already heard not just the news, but also the apparent signals that have been sent out from the mountaintops in the middle of the night, then I can understand that there are currently more pressing matters. Until then, I can at least attest that none of the occult users that might reside within Rosewood are of a danger. And if they should be, we will take care of it. Specifically, the Inquisitor.
I see. Well, I will go ahead and let you know then that I have already informed Riley, as well as I believe their name is Helma, that I do wish to see them still. And I'll need to test their capabilities.
Of course. I'm very much aware of that.
I do not know if they have already started on this, but I do imagine they will be talking with a few of yours soon. And hopefully we could put these rumors to rest.
Of course, Archbishop. If that is the case, then I'm pretty sure everybody else here will inform any potential occult users about the Archbishop himself wishes to investigate their capabilities.
Indeed. As a matter of fact, you can speak with Riley right now.
I will do so.
Work together on it.
Of course, Archbishop.
I'll leave you to it.
Thank you. You must away. You took too much of your time.
Yes, we will do so immediately. Riley, me. Right.
Keep going.
I expected that to happen. Ordo does not forget.
You done us a great favor, Barrett. Thank you.
Look, I'm going to be very blunt with you. I'm willing to step up for all of you and try my best to help out wherever I can. But this is still... Ordo is still part of Houston.
And you must tread carefully, understand.
If the Archbishop gives an order, then it needs to be sanctioned with my father. And if my father gives the order, I have no power in any way, shape, or form, no matter what's going to happen. I will see what I can do. Until then, once Riley is available, inform all the occult users you might have on teams or the other teams that this is going to happen.
Bye.
There is actually another thing that I might request of you, as we are going to speak with your father, and, well, the intention is we do so shortly. It seems we are going to have to convince him against most likely
Certainly.
judgment on the...
I don't think I need to tell you this. I feel like you should know. Try and make yourself as sparse as possible.
I'm hoping for your
And
either suggestion
hope
or
that
support.
playing dumb can at least get your way with something. Stall this for as much as possible.
I expect, as I've been told by both yourself and the Archbishop, that
Good.
your father's going to be intent
I don't
on
know if I'll be able to hide this.
being included in the
I could
background.
probably even see it.
It seems
Get out of the walk a little.
far more worthwhile.
There you go.
There is the things encased in stone.
I will do what I can. If I am present, I see something that might be direct danger to your well-being. I will pull out every
If we
excuse.
are to set it up outside,
Okay.
covering the entranceway, then a large portion of the already limited space is going to be, well, rock face, which is land that can't be used by folk to keep themselves safe. It seems
It's
to me
less the
far
magic I'm worried about.
better solution for his people
I know.
that the generator be somewhat further this side, that it can contain both
I just got back here. I'm not going to lose
church
you.
and plenty space that folk can remain secure with.
I can see what I can do when it comes to the idea of convincing my father. But him giving up the potential protection of the Bronsons, as well as what resides within Stronghold Halston, to say it's an uphill battle is an understatement. You're climbing up a 90-degree angle. I can see if we can persuade him the idea that, we can nudge him into a direction more comfortable, find a middle ground. But the idea that he's going to completely give up the idea of the shield encompassing the keep, I think it's going to be impossible. If that happens, do not argue, do not worry, do not question, but just accept that it might be a miracle. But him giving up seems like an impossible. Him giving up that idea is impossible.
Great.
Speaking of the general, he's going to have a conversation with my sister. As I said, with one of the Raylan members engaging in the rite of challenge, I'm pretty sure he's going to have opinions about that.
I suppose this is, as much as this is where the pieces kind of fall in front of us, we should not intrude.
That's
Very
the best option I can give for all of you when it comes to figuring out and wanting your will when it comes to the general is this. Try to give him a reasonable strategy of why it should be placed there. Knowing him, he will most likely try to counteract with another strategy. Do not, at any way, shape, or form, tell him that his entire strategy has flaws, believe me. Even if it might look on paper like it has flaws, he himself... He's a man who has plans within plans, even if he might not be open about it. He knows what he's doing. That is what makes him dangerous.
I see.
Excuse me.
Of course.
I'm sorry, hon. I wish I could do more.
It's okay. It was something that was expected to happen sooner or later.
Apologies.
It's just
You're quite alright.
hoping they don't notice.
Who needs to talk to me? Someone who needs to
As I said, dear,
before I go back in there.
I can vouch for every single person in Rosewood that they're capable of controlling their powers as well. I know there's a lot going on. I know I'm here for you all. Figure this out together. I'd kiss you right now, but my father's in eyesight.
You can't see from here. There's a
It's
cliff
fine.
up there. Under the stairway.
I'm going to have a conversation with Raven for about what's going to happen.
Okay.
If you're by the ship, you can't miss it. I see.
Good morning.
I hear there's a challenge.
Good folk around here.
There was. Royal members decided to enact the Rosen Rite of Challenge specifically against my sister. Their body's currently being buried.
Yes. What is his name?
That cold shoulder.
Overall, I didn't catch that. Should probably talk with my sister about it if that's the case. When it comes to those matters, it's not my worry overall. I just wanted to make sure that the fight continued as fair, and believe me, even if we might have a reputation at Ronson's to be quite brutal, believe me when I say the fight was fair. There's no need to worry.
I think we might be here for a while if we're waiting.
Did our part be fair?
Okay, I have a lot to consider.
And what do you mean your part be fair?
I'm going to leave again.
Our member. Was he fair?
Straight too far.
He did. In all honesty, he fought quite valiantly. Insisted my sister was better.
I might go farther.
You'll be given a good grave. In the end, even if it was a challenge initiated by him, he was not a weak fighter. He deserves a good grave.
I'm glad to hear that at least.
I've yet to see such a thing. Do I want to?
Raylans are strong.
Too much already.
I could probably put half of its body in your mouth. So.
We all lost a lot. And knowing the future, we'll probably continue to lose things.
Half of its.
But remember,
I
we have the Raylans, the Bronsons, the Church of Ordo. We have an advantage that other people within Droza do not have. We're Drozans, and we fight together.
I'm going to move. Goodbye.
I think
Barrett.
we have selected our target.
General.
probably seen, I've seen you have a conversation with her. Mila was engaged in the rite of challenge by one of the Raylan members. She has fought valiantly, and so has the Raylan member, but she was victorious. Has given the body over.
Hey, Céline. See that it's busy in order today?
Yeah, a lot of people have been going in and out or having conversations.
Unfortunate. Oh well. Okay, I should go now.
Yeah.
They have your word will be final when it comes to the decision of where the seals will be put. But if I might
We are caught.
Place seems in a pleasant mood for conversation.
Yes, we are caught between two really bad conversations.
Well, it seems like the conversation over there is about the generator, is it? At least what I overheard in earshot, so...
Nice. Well,
with hope. Perhaps Barrett might be able to soften him up beforehand.
Yeah.
I just wish we could have gone to Mila to add that to our hand as well.
I think they have enough going on right now.
Have a trick or two to show to Mila to probably cheer her up.
She did seem quite interested in it when it was brought up initially the other day.
Oh, here it comes. Time to strike. Goodman, General.
Yes.
I was just saying hello as well.
I see. Are you the Aether Tech division that I was told of?
Oh, it seems word has already reached you, yes.
Representatives of it, not the entirety.
Bronson will, well, my boy, speak to you about setting up a meeting regarding your wishes and this shield generator. We'll see about conducting this tomorrow.
Very well, sir.
Thank you.
Of course, sir.
Yes.
Well, that gives us time to work that extra hand, perhaps.
Slight reprieve, but just possibly more to add to our plate for tomorrow or the day to come. More time for us to get our convincing arguments
Metaphorical
straight.
ducks.
That too.
No pun intended.
I don't know how ducks were pun in this. You're more of an owl. That's not the same thing.
I am Primal Severican Owl. I am just not just plainly owl. That's racist. I feel bad for Sunny. Everyone calls her a dog.
So I guess in that case, they may want to be aware that the meeting will probably be arranged for tomorrow, unless Barrett's already taken care of that, because I think that's where he went.
I think we are to be present for the meeting. He is just staging it.
Well, I mean, yes, I mean just more letting them know that the timing appears to be set for tomorrow. Unless plans shift, of course, but...
I believe we might need to push for it happening within his earliest convenience. We only have so much time to a limited amount of time, but and what's worse is we don't know how much time.
I mean, I think the only one who would really be able to make that push should be a combined effort from both Barrett and the Archbishop.
And the Leviathan. And perhaps the gods.
Okay, well, the Leviathan gods aren't here right now, so they can't be part of the meeting.
Who knows? Maybe they'll be arriving to the meeting tomorrow. They'll have a devastating presentation for sure.
At the very least, the additional time might let us gauge out if there's any chance of the ship being airborne before we finalize arrangements with the ship.
I know some of us have been trying to make initial headway on that.
I'm going to go soften Mila a bit. See if I can do an all motion you towards.
Worst case, I can always talk to her. She and I hit it off pretty well.
If you wish. I don't want to dissuade her by pressure. And I reckon you already understand what I was intending to convince him of.
I am aware. Although, admittedly, maybe the fact that the talk didn't happen right now was good because I can barely focus on anything other than just how dreadfully afraid I am of that man now.
And that conversation with Barrett regrettably didn't inspire any hope of us making any headway with his father.
That's more or less what I expected from how much he's told me about him.
There's got to be some angle we can take that makes him see sense, reason in it.
Short of being able to prove the difference with and without it, I doubt that there will be much that can definitively make a point without being able to be debated non-stop. That's the problem, is that without visual proof of anything, it's our word against theirs.
You're not part of this conversation. I'm joking.
I'll continue to think to see if anything comes up.
Sit somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can have that conversation. Let me know once it's resolved. I'm going to check in with the others, see what they've gotten themselves up to.
Their minds are melt from just how much we're going on off the rails.
Of course. Let's find any other location you wish. You lead the way.
Let's see.
I'm sorry for that, by the way.
For
blood. I mean,
she's sorry for
blood
that.
and you axe. It was
not the first time I've seen someone walk in unannounced with blood covering them. I'm used to it at this point.
I'm glad. I mean, no, I'm not glad. I'm saying I'm glad that you didn't. Never mind.
I'm glad that you are in good health, regardless of what happened.
Yeah, well, one of your members did heal a cut that I have, and honestly,
Was that
because
her
of that,
impression? She is a Bronson after all.
Exactly. And now, because of that one cut, I'm gonna have training tomorrow. Kind of like a punishment in a way.
Oh, training, huh?
Yeah.
Then I would need to direct you to a person here who's also wanting to be in training. The one called Savannah, running the store. She also wants to sort of get within the ropes of wielding a spear. So perhaps you two can sort of, spar with one another.
Yeah, I could definitely try that. I don't mind actually seeing what your little colorful group can do.
I think one step at a time.
Different okay, sure.
I imagine there are some that would probably be eager to do that. There's always people eager to train themselves.
Maybe the eager ones should be left out and excluded of such a thing.
Fair enough.
Well, if it's a friendly spar, I don't see a problem, but I think you're right with the current situation ongoing. people not quite happy that they are here, so that you guys are here, so...
It just would look off if one was not aware of the situation you are trying to display, and therefore seeing an outsider fighting a Holston member.
Well, we do have training areas on purpose to kind of showcase that those are, in fact,
even in training
areas,
areas, it can always come down to optics and assumptions that spiral out of control before anyone can correct it.
That is honestly where I was going to have us sit, or at least find a place there. Not many people go there, so it would be a perfect place to sit down and talk alone.
Sure.
Then come along.
Finally, I'm sorry, I've been kind of itching the whole day to have someone talk with Eidertech, and instead I kind of,
got dragged into a number of other matters that were less enticing.
Yep. Less enticing, yep. I got a lot of adventure for one day, that's for sure.
This might be a bit of poor timing, but you might want to talk with the one called Jackson's Axeworth. No pun intended, hence the situation.
They've already met.
Well, I'm trying to be careful with my wording of saying Axeworth, even though that is his God-given name.
Okay, don't worry. I will talk with Jackson, yeah, I did meet him, I mean, last night it was quite interesting to interact with him.
Oh. I did not notice that the first time.
What?
That is a body.
Yeah, I mean, how else could you...
Oh, okay, I was like...
someone a lesson?
I was like, where are you even seeing that? I see it now.
I mean, sometimes you kind of want to train on actual targets too, you know?
Makes sense.
Gotta know where to hit.
Actually, on these rocks might be good. They're big
Yeah,
enough
right,
to
I mean, we
act
can
as
sit on it.
Should work just fine.
Cheers.
Yeah,
Able to
work
sit
with this
somewhere
rock.
where a chair didn't exactly exist.
That would have been really unfortunate.
That would have been sad, Jack. I mean, you're the... Damn, that old?
People have said that I already have one foot in the grave, and they are not wrong.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I
mean,
can see that.
At
visually.
least it's back on your leg, so you don't need to drag yourself everywhere.
I wish it was
I mean, you
convenient enough
have
to.
one of the two ocular optics and 2 out of 4 limbs, I suppose. Unfortunate. You must have gotten into a lot of trouble in your possibly young age, unless this happened when you were already old. In that case, the respect to the elders is admiring.
I have definitely did this to myself within a decade, perhaps even less so. Half a decade? And
wow.
at least this right here was not. This one was definitely not within the confines of me trying to add aether prosthetics. The rest, my eye, my leg. This one could also be considered an accident. The more obvious ones is the eye and the leg. That one I did to myself.
I see. Hold on. You mean that you just exploded stuff?
No, I mean as in I had someone surgically and precisely chop off my leg and cover the wound, and then I just plop some aether on it as well as gouging out my eye.
Okay, I might be a little bit rude perhaps asking, but how? How exactly?
What do you mean how? I went to a surgical doctor and said, hey, remove my eye and leg. And my wings,
just
actually.
Did it because You just did that because why not? What?
Okay, to put it in perspective, I am well past my prime. I already have trouble getting out of bed, sitting down, getting back up. Much like that. So, the only way I can actually survive or fight alongside with said students who are very much in their prime, like not even past their 20s, I had to make myself better and combat-oriented. And so, therefore, I mold myself and mutilated myself to do so.
No, okay, that actually
Such
makes far
is
more
the
sense.
such as the sacrifices needed in order to keep up with the world we live now. Not only is many places across the world are at war with one another, but there are literal purple monsters coming out of the ground.
Right, no, I mean, it's something that I probably would do too. I mean, if I was able to just better myself with a bunch of tech. However, I'm not quite into those levels of being able to create prosthetics. Also, you mentioned something about them being combat ready?
Oh, yes. Each part that I have here is meant to be an extension of a combat-oriented limb. Right now here you are seeing what I made today, as well as this one on my back. Although they help me in other ways, well, obviously this one allows me to stand. This one, although acts as a replacement hand, I had a bit of a quarrel coming to here. Hold on, I hear footsteps.
There, it's Ventus.
Apologies.
Hail,
Didn't mean to
Ventus.
interrupt. This is a private conversation.
Not really. We were just nerding about Aethertech.
Fair enough.
If you wish to join, I didn't really see a problem.
What can we do for you?
Actually, I was wondering if you might be willing to answer some questions. You're a local, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Private, or you can ask?
It doesn't have to be private. My name is Talia. Well met.
Mila?
Heard there have been
What would you like to know?
I don't think I know her
Pardon?
last name and character.
We've heard there have been Reaver attacks in Clan Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
People disappearing.
Yeah. Can confirm that.
Can I ask why you think it's them?
That's something you probably should ask my father. I think he's around at the moment. He's the one that mostly strategizes for, well, the whole stronghold, and he probably has a better explanation than me.
More than fine.
No,
I was
if
just
I may
considering.
ask something back. Why are you interested in it? You don't know why you're interested in
This is an awkward silence.
situation?
Familiar with Magnus.
Familiar in what sense?
Yeah, no, I know that her last name is Magnus. That's her clan she's talking about.
Part of it.
Oh, okay, we're just putting that on the table. Okay. But I don't remember if Celine's ever heard her last
Okay.
name.
They'd kill me if I went back to them now.
long was this, if I may ask?
How long ago? How long was I with them?
Yeah, how long ago were you around them?
A year and 9 months or so.
Have you had any interactions with them before coming here?
You mean in the north?
Yes.
No.
Understood. Thank you for making me aware of this fact.
Oh god, this is really awkward.
There shouldn't be any issues since you are one of the people allowed inside of the walls here.
I suspect there are many who would not be pleased with it. Though.
No, I'm not pleased with it either.
I was born into Magnus. The reason I'm no longer with them is that I killed a few of my clan and fled.
You seem quite eager to give that information. Either you are speaking the truth or you are lying in a very cunning manner. Understood.
You have it sworn upon my honor that I am telling the truth. I have no knowledge of your presence
I don't
near
quite
the
see any issue.
stronghold. If there was information that I thought would help you, I would gladly give it.
All right. Understood. Thank you for this information. I suggest you go speak with my father, and I also suggest that perhaps you don't mention that detail.
But you think I should speak with him nonetheless?
Yes, you should speak with him to perhaps know a little bit more about it. However, I'm unsure how he would react about the fact that you are technically blood of the enemy. I wonder if you would think that your blood shall be spilled in here, or if you shall remain intact due to the fact that you are with the Rosewood Initiative. I'm not the one you should worry about, but he, possibly. Do you have any more questions for me?
No. No, I don't think so. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing. The more I talk with your people, the more it's hard to actually defend them in front of my father. This is... okay. Sure. Crazy.
You felt that too, right?
The palpable tension in the air that you could cut with a knife? Yes.
More like
Apologies
wolves.
for my tone.
No,
I do
it's...
have to act a certain way around here, and, you know.
You've explained it more than clearly when we spoke last. You need not apologize to me.
But he doesn't know. He might be scared of me. He might be really scared of me. Rah. Okay. Okay.
You're old enough to be my daughter twice. I don't think I'll be scared of that.
Okay, maybe you missed it that today I definitely fought someone that was very old. I mean, not very, very old. Let's say he was probably half your age, but I still was able to defeat him. You know, either tech, as you probably know, can do a lot. And I have the other tech. And the blade. And the speed.
I'm more interested
Just
than I am
saying.
afraid.
Interested.
Which might just be the absence of fear.
No, Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you ever see me spar maybe one of your students clearly in a kind way, I'm not gonna stab them and kill them like I did to the other guy. But if you ever wanna casually see that,
After that little standoff, I'm a little inclined to not to believe you what you're saying right now.
Okay, all right. Let's enough of the flexing contest. You guys wanted to talk about Aethertech.
Right.
I'm
now we can
talking
flex about Aethertech.
Oh yes, this thing you
I don't think
keep
you can
speaking of,
flex
right?
much. I'm just saying.
Metaphorically
What?
speaking, Mila.
So I assume that thing on your back. Okay, hold on. Let me see it. I'm not gonna touch it. Don't worry, I'm not gonna touch it. I know how bad it is to touch another Aether technician stuff. It runs
can touch
down.
it.
Clearly your... okay. And I just kind of rough, kind of looking at it and all that. Okay, it is built very particularly. It looks like an actual spine in the sense that the outside skeleton is actually built like the bones of a spine. Clearly this is what is powering it. Does it grab mana from you or from the actual, the outside? How does this work?
It grabs mana directly from my soul because it is attached to myself.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So therefore, I can
Sure.
I could have the mana output easily from my body instead of an extension of myself, like a gun, prosthetic, or an Aethertech weapon gun.
Yeah, checks out. So I assume that this is.
It's also very much attached to my skin,
right?
touching my spine as we speak.
Oh. I indirectly touched your spine. Okay.
What,
No.
do you find that disgusting?
I mean, I just killed someone by at least 10 to 15 stab wounds. I don't think that I can find something like that.
Not 28?
I wish it was 28 stab wounds. That one definitely deserved it. He ran into my knife. 10 times. Anyways.
He had it coming.
He had it coming.
Oh, you were there to spectate it?
No.
You should have
It
seen
just...
it. If you'd have been there.
If I had seen
Anyways.
it, I'm sure I
If
would have
you've seen
done
it.
the same.
Yep. Yep.
God damn it. We
This
all...
device you're
Anyways.
finagling with. It keeps me upright. As I've
Okay,
suffered
wait,
an
so-
injury.
We were on the
I've suffered
same
an injury
wavelength.
that paralyzed me from the waist down.
Exactly. So that thing, if that thing is off, you are no longer able to move your legs, I would assume.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
It stimulates my muscles through small magnetic pulses throughout my body. It is still quite painful. I'm still getting quite used to it, but it's better than being on the ground and the floor and dragging myself everywhere.
Pain builds character. So there's that too.
It also doubles as a kinetic shroud.
Oh. Okay. That is quite the nice. So this is like it protects you, or does it shock whoever touches you at this point?
It absorbs the energy used to expend upon, I suppose, impact and force. Therefore, redirecting the energy outward, distributed throughout
So
my
if
body.
I punch you right now, I'm actually just gonna get that punch back to me.
Not necessarily. More so, it's distributed in all directions, besides from where you punched.
Spreading out the
That
point of impact so that any individual spot is basically completely dampened.
Yes, exactly.
Can I test it?
Sure, why not? It's not going to hurt you. You might feel a little tingle because of the electric nature of the aether.
Yeah, I mean,
used
it
for
might hurt you, you know? I have a nasty, clearly fighting me. You ready?
Yes, choose
Well,
wherever.
first off, where
Just
do you want me
not
to
here.
hit you? Because, I mean, no.
Just not
shoulder,
here.
right?
Or
Shoulder,
here.
let's go. Bam! Oh, okay. Weird. Very weird, alright. quite the interesting thing. I'm a fan. What more you got?
Let's see. I have, again, this prosthetic you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It acts as a built-in flamethrower.
Oh, wow, okay. Now that is very useful, unless you're working on an icy mountain or possibly an icy lake. But that is really useful out here.
What was that last part?
It's cold. Pardon?
What was that last one?
Icy lake.
I mean, if you walk on an icy lake
Oh,
or a mountain,
I misheard that.
You're over. It's over for you.
What
you know,
did you
if
hear?
If that thing accidentally goes off,
Nothing.
he's not willing to explain it.
I would press him for more details, but right now that foot is aimed at me, and I feel like that could be the end of me.
Feel threatened?
Don't make me use this.
Monty, no, please, I've been good.
And this one in particular, I've had it since, I suppose, my first Aethertech implement. Though not by choice.
Uh-huh. What happened with that? It looks connected to some important organs, if I'm not wrong.
It is connected directly to my heart.
That's why you were defensive of that one. Makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yes, if you so much as poke at it, I would feel you tug at my heart. No pun intended.
No, yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, you probably, I mean, okay. I see. That's interesting.
It also doubles as an combat-oriented Aethertech device.
What? No, excuse me. You can hurt people from your heart? That's
I suppose so.
badass. What can it
Language,
do?
but
Whoa! Okay.
I always thought that would come out of the eye. I didn't realize it was out of the
no, that is
eye?
like that is the bullet spread effect, the red one. That's the eye.
that one. Okay.
Yes, I had a prosthetic eye as well.
And it could spread bullets?
More like it uses the pure crystalline occultic aetherite to create little pellets of occultic energy to sort of disintegrate things in a small level, but in a wide spread.
Yeah, that makes sense. Uh-huh. I see. Could be quite useful.
And this is simply metal I melted down and placed on my arm, because if I had not, I would have bled to death.
Wow, I thought it was gonna. Oh, and this is a cannon. Bam, bam. Okay, I would have believed that. It would be. I mean, I've seen interesting situation already going on with this, so you know.
Don't give him ideas. He might do that.
Exactly, I was gonna say a cannon, right? That sounds.
Well,
pretty cool.
I now need a prosthetic, so
Yeah, true. Because that's like your. Oh no, that's your left arm. You're fine. Never mind.
What? What were you going to say?
Nothing. I mean, most people do most stuff with right arms. Just saying.
Are you going to make
a?
Are you going to make a primary right-handed joke?
Perhaps, yeah. What? Look everywhere. It's snow. You gotta be witty mentally at least. Have a little fun with your mind at a point.
Do not bring up do not bring out the snow and the right-handed joke at the same time.
No. Okay. Are you alright?
Does your father know you talk like this?
Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, we don't want that to happen. We really don't.
Please
want
do
that
not
to happen.
bring dad into this. That would be a horrible
No.
idea.
I am a father, but was a father.
If you try to go bring their father into this, I will beat you up myself. Do not. That is not.
We're not gonna tell. Don't worry, dear. We're not gonna tell Daddy.
I'm old enough to be your dad and bring
Do
give
not
you a proper beating.
ever say that again, please.
Wait, what did you say?
No.
We're not gonna tell Daddy.
Oh my god.
Listen, I don't even call him father. I call him general. He gets pissed, you know. So no, we don't. He doesn't need to know any of this. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm already getting basically a punishment for being cut once. I stabbed that guy multiple times. I couldn't count them. It was just rapid success, you know, over and over and over.
But
I
he
tried to kind of also
but he
like,
expects
pinpoint
perfection,
different areas,
doesn't
so
he?
maybe I would hit his art at some point. What?
But he expects perfection, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, that he does.
That tracks.
But I don't have it as bad as Barrett, at least. He's close to him.
I can imagine.
It is not.
I've already had to
our
be
place to say.
talked about it in advance that I keep any opinions about that to myself.
It is not our place to cry.
No, absolutely. But I believe that some simply no. Specifically if you're close to Barrett himself.
You could say that.
As a friend.
Of course, as a friend.
Yeah.
Friend, former teammate. It's plenty of.
You're really trying to pull the jokes out of me, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm
Teammates.
I was. I used to
No,
be.
I
On,
just wanna
I
point
was.
that out.
I was on the same.
I know, but I'm just saying. Could have at least looked a little far. I'm sorry. You're very lovely. Nothing against you. I'm just saying it's kind of.
Just for the record, she
funny.
knows. It's not a.
Oh.
Yes, I know.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. She.
Sitting here.
Attack.
No.
He attacked from the heart. We're gonna give him a heart attack.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I just want to make it clear. She knows it wasn't intentional. Winter kind of opened that topic up within 2 minutes of meeting her.
Okay.
Okay. Just making sure that you know that. So that you don't need to have a panic attack.
Again, but
Hmm?
so that you two are informed, most of us are leaving the city. There's some tension. I don't have enough of the details to try to report it, but it's not about.
Would it probably be in our best interest to follow suit?
I think that might be wise.
Got it.
Tension between what exactly?
With the church.
Oh.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay. Well then, in that case, then yes. If not you, at least me.
Yes.
I do not want to be in here right now. There's tension.
Yes. Bad runnings is all.
Thank you both for your talk with me. I hope to do this again. It was quite pleasing.
We are to have a conversation with your father regarding that shield generator and its placement in, I believe, the coming day. So
we do have to speak about that, yeah.
On that note, I imagine it will probably be, not tomorrow, but the day after, just judging from, well, possibly now just because of this tension, whatever it is, but tomorrow, I know we had spoken about before, if you'd like to be able to see it up close so you can actually get a better idea of it, perhaps you might have some extra insights about what might help convince him of its worth.
If we are not
Oh yeah, no,
leaving the
perhaps I
city,
can even better it. I mean, yeah.
If we are being kicked out of the city as it is, why not show now? It would be the earliest convenience after all.
You know what? You make a valid point. It's on the way out anyways. If you'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I could even try to better it, believe it or not. I mean, you do know that my eye detect device doesn't work with my own mana because it is floating instead of being, you know, directly. Whatever. I'm kind of. Perhaps I can make better the shield. I don't know if it's possible, but I could give it a look, right?
There might be some
I mean, I know
aspects
how
that
to
can be
get
improved,
the mana from
either efficiency or
areas.
But you also, that is another factor. You know how to make ambient accumulators.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. Since the power's off in the ship, we should probably get there while there's still some light to kind of bleed into the area. So.
Yes. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Maybe I can convince him better, my father, the general.
But if by any means you were able to find a way to implement a means of ambient accumulation of it, that would actually be probably the single biggest aid in its efficiency with requiring less individual contributions from the citizenry.
Yeah, right. And if I can find that out before you have to eventually
because I can
ship and depart, maybe
because I can show you
guys.
Yeah, because I can show you the terminal that it goes into. So there's a place that's designed for reception of mana, but
Get the fuck out.
Yes, we are
had
aware.
a couple others heading that way that were looking for some.
They're over by the training ground, sir. That way.
All right.
What's exactly going on?
I'm guessing
I think it has to do with tension. Let's go.
Tension, but what kind of tension?
I
mean,
my
father
we are just as confused as you are. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yes. Perhaps.
I mean, my father should know, and on top of that, whatever. Probably the Raylan saying something to the church or whatever.
Regarding that challenge that happened?
I don't think. Possibly. I don't know.
If you don't
no
mind,
one's really explaining to us what kind of.
I mean, if you don't mind me
tensions
asking, why did that challenge get issued in the first place?
The Rylan was quite upset that his son, 19 years old, got pretty much. I mean, it's somewhere in there. Definitely, we will eventually.
I see.
Right.
Given the
Yeah, he was quite upset about that, and he told me that he was challenging on the names of the name of the Rylands that he would have.
If we're going to do this, we might need to make it
all of you to
quick.
be out.
So.
Sure.
I can at least give you an introduction, but we may have to extend it a bit more tomorrow when things have calmed down a bit, but it's right this way.
Worry not if you are with me. Yeah, I mean, if you are with me, we should be safe.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Might need a... sir, can you get one of the torches? Yeah. It's normally much more better lit in here, but as you can imagine, that requires power.
Also, that if you guys are, able to create and maintain such a big thing, you would be able to make lights. That would be a minimum, I would.
So I believe it is back in it's kind of wedged back in here.
Special kind. Okay.
All right. So it is
Sorry, I'm quite excited about this.
The equipment is sort of back in here. I don't know if it's actually in the map, so we'll just have to use our imagination.
Yes, it's fine.
But
I believe that might be it. I think. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to represent. That big old thing.
I think that's always been there. But
oh, never mind then.
Anyways, we'll just we'll assume that it's.
Sorry.
We'll just assume that's kind of like over here in various pieces. So this here, it was a similar terminal to that one that we passed after coming up the ramp. You would place your hand upon this gem here in the middle and channel mana, and it would be added to the accumulated, effectively like capacitors of sorts within the generator itself, which is that larger implement over there. That is... Sir, please stop playing with the far jab pistol.
Can I see it? Can I see it?
No.
Come on,
I will not stop playing with it. You
I
have
want
the
you to
mana
do
for
Give
it.
it to me.
She knows how to use Aethertech. Of course she can use mana.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
exactly.
on average, people usually have about enough for 10 first circle spells, and she did have a spar, so I'm a bit
I did
curious on
not
how
use
much
any
she may
spell
have.
during my spar. I stabbed
Her,
her
her-
to death.
don't
and
know that.
also her tech mostly powers itself, so she probably didn't use any from herself. That's a training device of sorts for those to get used to using mana. The projectile is the projectile it comes out of is a non-lethal, non-harmful spell. If you get hit by it, kind of just feels like someone just kind of lightly punched you on the shoulder or something. It's not going to. Please do not actually.
Okay, yep.
I'm glad
you
that
were right.
I'm glad
Cool.
that you trust me enough to take me at my word on that, but please don't do that.
I gotta test things. I am someone who learns by actually,
I understand. However, if I had been if I had been inaccurate about that and you had just shot yourself in the leg, I would have my head taken, not you.
Nah, don't worry about that.
But anyways, so the gem here, this is where the mana is taken in from those who are contributing to the generation. That equipment over there is what accumulates it, amplifies it, and then projects that energy upwards into the formation of the dome that ends up becoming the barrier against rift beasts, like I told you about before.
shield,
Which that shield is permeable to everything except for that which is, well, from the rifts.
So let's. I can't believe you're trapping me in or out of that thing.
You would be able to pass through just fine, unless you are a rift
Yes, I
beast, in
know.
which I would say you are much different from the rest of them. But
Rawr.
it's if there was any way that I would be able to improve it, I would be increasing the efficiency such that the radius of it is wider for the same amount of mana, or with your particular expertise, finding a way to augment this where it could passively accumulate some amount of energy from the environment, such that it could be activated with less direct contribution from anyone else. Because this is a device that, for example, to operate continuously required how big would you say the general population of Norendel was?
Maybe about somewhere within 50,000, maybe more than that, 100,000.
Now, they were not all contributing simultaneously, but it was generally expected that if one could contribute, they would be asked to, so that they could keep it running at all times. It was meant to be, in their case, something that was operating without cease. With the amount of people here, even if we were to theoretically augment it from the environment, the odds of it being able to run non-stop would be very low, which is why if there's any ways to improve it, to give it more time, so that, as it would have to be used much more tactfully, which fortunately, that seems to be a very strong point of your father. So he would know the best timing to use it, but the more time that is available and the less that is asked of him or his people, the more appealing of a prospect it is, because those who contribute, if they are not magically inclined otherwise, that's fine, but if there are any that rely on their magic to combat, the less that is asked of them so that they can contribute in other ways.
No, exactly. I mean, most of us are not very magically inclined. On top of that, if we do need it to combat because of tribes around us trying to mess with the wrong people, and on top of that, it does seem like a problem, but maybe we can make it better, right? With your help. I don't think I can figure this out alone.
Probably not tonight, given whatever's happening out there. It might be best if you were able to go find out whatever it is that is happening over there, and we might be able to find out on our own end and trade notes. But tomorrow, assuming things have calmed down a little bit, I can bring you back in here, and we could try to go a bit more of a deep dive into the specifics of that and see if there's a way to integrate that accumulator that you have in the device you showed me before. You might be able to, if you're able to be present, I would help as well, because the overall initial design was one that was pitched by him, but then myself and my captain are probably the most familiar with it. So if we combine those insights, we might be able to figure something out.
Okay, I need you to actually make sure to get anyone who has a little bit of knowledge onto the Either Tech to get to meet a particular time. Clearly, like, we're gonna figure it out.
I can see about spreading the word about that this evening, while everybody is more or less gathered together back at our encampment. But,
yes. I would like to also have Jackson around, since he seems to also have.
He is in the division as it is, and he is experienced with this generator as well, so he would be part of the conversation regardless. Either way, we may need to go back before Chancellor Malik tears up the surroundings looking for us and yells at us more than he probably already will.
Or yells
There's one
at the wrong
last thing
people and gets killed instead.
we need to inform you about, Mila. This barrier, our plans of it is to obviously install it into Holston itself. But perhaps we are also looking to place it somewhere where it can have the most optimal type of range within encompassing the stronghold. Though we've been warned about your father, that should he choose it to be placed in one place or another, we might not have much word in moving it to where we think it is most optimized, as we are obviously the most experienced with such a device.
And that there would be a lot of potentially wasted coverage prioritizing one spot alone at the expense of the rest of the outside structures.
He is a tactical man, however. I'm pretty sure that if I am able to input my suggestion on where exactly it should be put, the problem is that I might be a little bit smart, but I'm not that tactical. As long as you guys are sure where to place it, I can perhaps also.
We can make arguments on the tactical side. If you're able to get a look at it tomorrow with me and Monty, if you have more direct insight on how it functions and the limitations that we are currently working with, that might be better conveyed from a member of his own family than those of us who are already a bit on thin ice as it is.
Yep. I'm sorry, I'm getting so excited. I never really had like a friend or like anyone to really speak about EarthTech, and now it's happening, and now it's big. It's okay.
Of course. Well, I mean, if anything, assuming it all works out, I would imagine the one who would be most likely maintaining it in the future here would be you. So it would do you well to understand how it works.
That's right.
That is one advantage that I think this place has had compared to elsewhere where these have been deployed, is that there's not really been much of a heavy presence of Aether technicians in those locations, so their understanding has been very limited at best. You are leaps and bounds more understanding of how it actually works, just in conversation, and that's really helpful in this case. Especially with
I'm actually very glad.
Convincing him of its worth. That said, I do believe we probably have used up as much time as we can. We should probably be heading back.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, I would love to just stick around here and look at that and look at that and over there and like this stuff. Okay, no, we're going. We're leaving.
You'll have some time to do so in the future. Don't worry not.
Okay. I was saying, you know what? Maybe as a little bit of like, I know that compensation is technically, you know, saving my home and everyone's out of it. But can I like keep one of those guns? Maybe, you know, just I quite
we
like
could
them.
see about getting.
Perhaps.
We might be able to see about something like that.
Behind you.
I can't.
Can you hold this torch?
We might be able to see about it.
Just gonna start feeling around your pouches.
What? What the? What? Did you probably like feel a couple knives or something?
Is there any opal
What?
in there?
No.
That's what he's looking for, probably.
Dude, I'm not as cool as you, and I have like cool EarthTech things that you can check out. I don't know. Whatever.
I just thought you were maybe holding out on me and holding a secret weapon somewhere that might have been having a cool effect of some kind.
But yes,
I mean, if
that
I had
will.
something cool to flex, I absolutely would.
But yes, since it is now nightfall, this is the point of which they have said that we are highly discouraged from being in here, so we are going to go that way and fast. If we do not see you any further tonight, it was great talking to you as always, and well,
I'm a on you. I don't really care for staying inside of the walls at the moment, specifically with the church being assholes. Whatever.
Oh, really now?
Yeah. Really.
Well, we're keeping true to what we're saying. We are keeping out of the walls. That doesn't mean their own daughter can keep out the walls too.
I mean, she can go where she wants. She's her own person.
She's a strong, independent woman in her own life, and she don't need no man.
Exactly.
Is that how that works? Hi, Barrett.
So you step off the ship, and we got a little bit worried that we actually have some people being too nosy.
No, they were.
Wow. Okay.
We were getting.
You can be as nosy as you want for obvious reasons.
We were getting their insight regarding the generator and ways that they might possibly be able to improve on it, help ease some of the limitations we're working with, if not get a better understanding to help convince your father.
Definitely a good way to do it.
Because
overall,
what better way to make it an easier sell than a member of their own family having a working understanding of what it is that we're asking them to make use of.
We have multiple cities that can vouch for us when it comes to the understanding of the generators.
Yes.
You yourself understand quite quickly when it comes to how these generators work. And I'm pretty sure with multiple people saying that this is a good idea, at the end, I don't think he's going to deny
at the end of the
aspect
day,
of a generator.
The one who is almost certainly going to be asked to maintain it, regardless of what happens in the future, would be her, so it's probably best that we share what we can while we are in a position to do so.
I can try to better too, by the way.
I'm going to return with my squadron. Just wanted to let you know. Do so, I'm going to be standing guard here for the time being.
Yeah.
Making sure everything is okay.
Yeah, I believe everyone else has headed out for the day. Although, if you don't
They're
mind
actually by the ruins.
if you don't mind me
What's the matter?
asking, there was some mention about apparently tension or something. Do you know what that is about? Because none of us do.
Tension in what way specifically? If you're talking about the
Sounded like the church?
The church was causing
Yes.
However, not even I heard about it.
Halford had a vision from Ordo, specifically directly from one of the Celestines. Celestines basically told him that a member of Rosewood in Green was directly interfering with the matters of the Celestines. As it turns out, this doesn't happen now. I'm not sure how aware you are, but remember Solus had a vision, specifically.
Yeah, and the methodology was... of which that seemed...
Mila, for the sake of it, I'm willing to share this information with you, but for the time being, keep this for yourself as well.
Of course.
Apparently, Solus engaged himself in combat together with the Church of Ordo in this vision. Sure, Solus himself just defended himself because he was fighting alongside, I think it was... I forgot what his name was. One of the Celestines, as well as, I think, Valkyrie, who were engaging against Ordo.
I would imagine probably Festus, if I had to hazard a guess.
I would assume that's Festus then. The problem with it, regardless, is the fact that Solus was then fighting the Church of Ordo within that vision. And Halford called him out for it in the thinking that specifically it might cause a... how do I say this? A issue, potentially?
That's a kind way of saying it. Issue.
I don't know. It's...
well, that...
it, again, this is speculation and visions, but again, it had the
that doesn't bode well for the thing that he asked about earlier in the day, then.
Yeah, sadly.
Testing people.
Yeah, the testing is going to be when it comes to any occultic users, so I have to see about that.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's not much we can do. Sure, there's not really much we can do about it at this point.
Yeah, badly.
Shall we head back before someone questions why we're just standing here in the middle of the crash site? Even if it's you.
You guys can continue. For me, I can stand here for the time being. I just want to make sure people can have their peaceful goodbyes, for lack of a better word.
Oh, is that still happening?
As we speak, by the ruins.
Oh, should we...
Feel free to if you want to.
I shall stay.
Right.
Do so if you want to.
Make me more comfortable if you had somebody with you anyway, so that you don't get bothered by that dear old Forsaken that seemed to be following people around.
Oh no, the Forsaken. Oh no.
The dear
I can take
old
it.
Forsaken.
Not dear old Forsaken.
I know. Dear.
What?
That was an arrow. That seemed to be a poison arrow. There's somebody up there. Smoke. Damn it! Get him! Get him to the camp! Get him to camp! Come on! This one. Come on! Come on. Just take my hand! Take my hand! Take my hand! Come on! I know! Come on! Come on! Come on! Healer, now! Someone shot him with an arrow, probably poisoned.
I can't breathe. What the hell? Oh shit. Okay.
He needs an.
I can't breathe.
I got you. Okay. Okay, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be fine. Got you. Come on.
Antitoxin.
If the arrow is still around, does someone still have the arrow?
No, it's in him.
Okay.
You did it. I got you, man. I got you. Okay.
Get the poison. I have an antitoxin.
Okay.
We need the poison in.
Poison.
Arrow came from.
The arrow out, I think.
Okay.
Mila.
Céline, where was it?
The arrow came from the up on that watchtower. I saw smoke go from there. Whoever fired it disappeared. Be careful.
Thanks, Céline.
Fuck.
Okay. Poison arrow. Here you go. Wait.
Fucking hell.
There's gas. Glass.
Okay, got it. We got you.
Yeah, we're all good.
What happened?
Poison arrow.
You got shot by poison arrow in the city.
Don't speak, let them heal you.
Assailant on the upper walls, right on the edge where the open area was on the air, where the wall was
I've already got an antitoxin in my hand.
too much loud.
Once it's fully closed, you can see.
Struck by a poisonous arrow.
Where the opening,
gas I'm hearing.
where the opening was up, like one of those structures along the opening where the walls are broken. There was a figure up there, couldn't make them out, but they disappeared in a cloud of black smoke after firing the arrow. It seemed as when it impacted, there was almost like almost splash of it. It just barely avoided it myself.
Sir, didn't you say there's like a poison-using shade somewhere around here right now?
Yes.
Well, I dare say that was probably the assailant then. Because that was clearly...
Judging by the target, probably has a mission to fuck with the Bronsons.
Certainly.
But to be safe, nobody goes out alone. Try to keep at least an alchemist or a healer with you at all times.
I have antitoxin and knowledge of poisons. If something like this happens again and I'm near, I should be able to save his life.
I got shot, and there was gas. Some kind of gas hit us. I'm not sure whether. Where's my sister? Is she okay?
She went back towards the city. There was others that went with her. No, she's not alone. Jackson and others followed her.
Good. I don't know what it was. It came from the tower. It came from one of the towers. Again, the last thing I saw was me getting hit, and just gas. Just gas, green, toxin.
Quick question.
I took a breath in and I immediately felt like my throat was clogging up.
That arrow that splashed near Barrett, did it hit anyone else when that gas cloud came off of it?
That must be it. Probably the shade.
Give me the symptoms first. I might be able to have less medical like that for the rest of your family.
They already.
Oh,
specifically, it hit one arrow in the throat, but that wasn't the main thing. Specifically, it was gas. I started breathing it in. Immediate burning in the eyes and in the nose. As soon as it happened, less than 2 seconds later, my throat felt like starting to tense up, and I couldn't breathe at all. I was barely breathing. When I was getting dragged over by Céline, I was already starting to feel like I was going to fade. Whatever this shit was, it was potent. Even now, I'm still... Like, my throat is open again, I can breathe, but it's like I'm breathing through sandpaper.
Those who were nearby the arrow when it was shot at Barrett, did they also get hit by the effects at all?
It kind of fans out, so maybe to a much lesser degree. You might notice your limbs feel kind of heavy.
Probably slower onset because she was on the edge of it. Got it.
We were just
Understood.
having conversations, and we got hit by it.
Yeah.
I think that's what his sister.
I mean, it was clearly aimed. It was clearly aimed at him, though, because it was pretty much centered. Right.
Grabs. Got you. Grabs you.
I got you. Come here.
She would have caught you before you fell, by the way. She would have caught you.
Something.
Somebody have a healer over here.
Yeah, she can't breathe. Talia.
Then that means
Here.
find Mila. She was near the impact site too.
Where is she?
City.
Does she have an injury, or is it just poison?
It was inhalation
No,
of it,
this means
just the poison.
The other that was caught
She
in
was
the
in the
blast.
radius of the blast.
We need another potion. Jacqueline,
Jacqueline.
can you make another of those?
I can't cure it unless it's the right.
I know it's a short
It's the
distance,
same
but-
poison, and there's
Yeah.
a chance that it's not.
Stay with us.
I was
If
near.
it's magic, if it's magical.
It was near the arrows. Well,
I'll be right back. I just need to clear my brain.
same thing affected him.
She's gonna tilt your head up into her lap. She's gonna tilt your head up.
Yeah, currently he wanted it.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Someone-
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Those arrows burst in a cloud if they attack anybody.
That's okay.
It's okay.
We're gonna see
It's
about
okay.
we're gonna see about the antitoxin before I try to treat directly, okay?
Empty bottle.
But if you stop stop being able to breathe, all you have to do is squeeze my hand, okay? I can treat it directly. It'll not fix it, but it'll...
Make sure her head's propped up. Sure.
Keep him. Come on.
Going to go get the arrow. I should be
Come on. She's gonna continue. If you can't prop your head artery, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say
keep
that.
propping your head up.
This is really uncomfortable for me.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Here, if anything, here, I'll go a little lower into the ground for you. There you go. There you go. I've got you. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Where's the sister?
In the tower.
Mila was just around here.
Just so long as she's with someone that can, mention the symptoms if they appear. Yeah.
Jacqueline, I thought that
There,
already
I
made
caught on the
another
radius of
toxin.
the toxin.
I made one,
Only bear
but I
shot.
can't
We need another.
and
Right
make
after
another.
kind of fumes.
But the Céline also got shot up.
Poison.
Yeah.
Good enough.
I'll take 3.
The arrows have a radius. That's.
Take this. Feed it to her. Made of.
Got it.
She's
gonna tilt it to your lips. There you go. Slowly. Slowly. There you go.
Yes. Ivan. What is
There you go. Okay. You're okay.
Céline.
You're okay.
The antitoxin will stop it from worsening, and I can clear out the damage. It'll take just a little longer.
Caught in this.
That makes it 5 last I checked.
I'll keep the arrow.
Thanks.
In the blinking of the night, right?
If it hits you, it's practically instant, but just being near it is enough.
That's problematic then, because they could just hit every one of us. And we don't have enough antitoxin for all that.
We can make a lot of it pretty quickly if we need to. Okay.
It might be a good idea though, at the very least, just in case. I can help with it too.
That's the signal.
It's okay. It's okay. You're okay.
That's star.
As long
That's not a
as.
star.
As long as the others are okay that we're nearby too. Get enough reaction.
That's the signal Vesper is
Fine.
I see what you mean now.
That's trying to reach us.
You okay? She's gonna prop you up.
What are they referring to?
The signal.
I don't know.
Where?
Not really bright one. It's going to dim out in a moment now. Yes.
Right above the mountain.
There we go. So now we know what Calvindor is. Great.
Well, we heard that they were in the east earlier today, so.
Fair enough. Well, that is the east, actually, now that I think about it. Because south is Odette.
You okay?
Yes, that was
Take it slow. I feel the airways opening up a bit.
Never going to understand.
If you want a hand moving, we moved Barrett into the cave if you'd like. A little more hidden away and no one's going to be able to get to you there.
Here, she's gonna pump you up. Come on.
That was just collateral damage. It was clear they were aiming for him.
That is extremely
Careful.
concerning.
Collateral damage is still damage, one way or another.
Did anyone see from where it came?
Just in case.
The arrow? I can point out exactly where it came from. I saw it fired.
Forgive me for asking, but were you a follower of?
I'll give you an example. I don't want to go back over to out of fear that they might be in the area still, but... Structure like that, if along the edge of the walls where it's broken down that way, further direction, they were standing in one of the openings up there and they fired down.
We've moved
and
Barrett
the
and most of the others into
black arrow,
cave in there, so they're out
the
of
arrow
line.
got fired out there and they disappeared in
lines and they are a
a
little
cloud of
separate.
smoke. Afterwards.
If the target was Barrett, do you think that they might be trying to target the Bronson family?
I don't know if it was specifically the Bronsons or just that he was the most centralized person in the group, because when that arrow struck, as soon as it impacted, there was like a cloud of gas that came off of it. And I breathed a little bit of it in. Not enough for it to immediately set in, but even if you get a little bit in...
You better get some medical attention.
I already have, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm going in...
Do you need a hand getting back in, or are you
No,
okay?
I can walk.
Okay.
The limbs are still a little heavy, but not enough that I can't move.
Caleb, we're going to go look for Rin.
Céline, you okay?
Yeah, turns out that I was close enough that I inhaled enough of it that it had a delayed reaction.
Gotcha. If you... Vesper might have something little for you, as he specializes in toxins. He's in the cave over there.
They've already treated me with an antitoxin. It's mostly just feeling comfortable enough to breathe again and trying not to fall over because my limbs feel like bricks right now.
Mila was slightly hit as well, apparently.
Did they get to her? Did they give her something?
I think they're trying to treat her right now, though, as any Droza, she's being as stubborn as mule.
Fair enough.
Look, friend, if anybody wishes to join us for the sake of it for protection, we're going to go back over to Houston. Me and my sister are going to be staying over in Houston and explain my father the situation that just happened. So they at least know. And there's no going to be any sort of misconstruing that potentially Rosewood might be involved in this bullshit, okay? Especially because with attacking Mila, that's not going to make my father happy. And the last thing we need to have is the anger to be pointed towards Rosewood.
Ventus will go with. We'll help you get back safely.
Good. Sonny, for the time being, I'll be fine. Since Rowan has probably already gone to bed, I'll be fine too. Since Rowan has already gone to
Take a
bed.
look magically. I'm a healer.
Vesper is going to be the lieutenant while I'm gone. I'm going to be sticking with Mila for the time being.
Huge things today, so...
Limbs still feel like bricks.
I'll be okay, really.
Once those symptoms set in, it's
It's gonna
fast.
feel like that for a while.
Stay with Céline, stay with Vesper, stay with the others. I'm going to make sure that this is going to be not misconstrued in any sort of way.
You're gonna be feeling like this for a while. But in a few hours, it'll be gone.
I at least appreciate being able to breathe. That's all I care about.
I'll be okay, Ellie. Okay? Come on now. Let's take your time with Italia. And then once we're done here, we'll walk back to Houston.
Are
I'll keep them safe.
Are you coming back tonight then, or are you staying over there?
No. I'm staying in Houston.
Okay.
I need to make sure that my father knows about this and there's no misconstruing. And how are you feeling? I know you also got hit by it.
Feels
You should be on it.
Really?
Stone strapped to all my limbs, and is taking some effort to breathe, but I can at least breathe, so...
Okay, as well. Good. Okay. Albion, we're gonna go now. We're gonna make sure that
Stay
Father knows about
Stay
this.
on, Barrett. No time to lose here. Come on.
I cannot see weakness.
No, not at all. Go on.
As I said, inform the others about what happened. I want Rosewood to be safe and not be concerned with any of this bullshit.
Okay, Sonny. Okay.
One thing after another.
You okay?
Okay enough. The answer, if you mean
sure?
completely fine, no. But I'll live.
Here, let's get you inside.
Yeah, go inside.
Okay.
There's some nice tea inside if you guys want some.
I would love some.
Inside of it, I was helping with my thing.
Right here, I'm guessing.
Did you breathe? Did you breathe in any of that poison?
I did. They already treated
Okay.
me, so it's just the after effects are still lingering.
If you want it.
Okay.
I would love some.
Watch out for the bonfire.
Thank you.
Oh, the bonfire. Yeah, and try not to be too close. The smoke can irritate.
It's going more that way. It's.
Thank you, Felia.
Collection of different things came together. Scale. Charge. For word it is.
For trying to help, thank you.
Can you repeat the first part? Sorry.
Gone towards the airship. Be safe out there if you go out.
Are you okay?
Is it common for a collection of
Just. Everything hurts. That's not gonna go away for a while.
I think so. It hasn't happened up until
You didn't get shot too, did you?
Oh, that's the worst part. It was just
feeling
kneeling just barely in proximity to that gas cloud and inhaling any of it. Spread that rapidly.
That's toxins for you.
It was a delayed
Glad you're okay,
reaction.
though.
Delayed reaction, but a reaction all the same.
Gives me hope that
I'm gonna check for openings other than the entrance real quick.
There's one towards the back. There's one towards the back, but I don't know if it's quote unquote there or not.
Okay, because all we have is that entrance, and if they figure out where we're sleeping, or where you guys are sleeping, it could be big trouble. They could smoke you guys out.
I mean,
yup.
I'm outside, so.
Well, yeah, Aqua and Ventus are outside, so they'd have to get through them too. But,
I'm gonna check
Yeah.
just in case. Excuse me.
you know which one I directed, or if it's Valkyrie. I'm just glad that we didn't appear in the middle of the air.
okay. Gave me a scare.
Well, my apologies. It was not in my plans for this evening to get shot by a poison arrow. Next time, I will make sure to schedule with you accordingly.
Okay. I have a booking for next week at 7. Okay, careful.
Yeah, maybe cut back a little after.
You want some water, at the very least.
Yes.
She'll summon it. Take. You just see her face, kind of scrunch up.
Don't force yourself. I know how that magic feels right now. Remember, we're the same in that regard.
I know. But if I can help you out, I will bear it. It's not as bad, but it's still uncomfortable.
Well, It is an appreciated gesture, all things considered.
Yeah.
As long as it's strong enough and...
So... I don't know how much people knew about it, but while leaving the city, I did see people were escorting or being guided by the golden orbs, so... Did anything happen there? Is that...
God, me, I didn't even know that there was...
Yeah.
Didn't even know one was out.
I am surprised it wasn't noticed by... well, who we were with. I was trying to keep them distracted with conversation. Because I didn't exactly want to try to explain what that was.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
Seeing as we've already had to explain a lot of uncomfortable things in the last few days. And there's still even more to come.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Céline.
Hey.
Have you seen the rest of Aqua?
Nope. I haven't seen them since... I haven't seen them at all since coming back, but I was a bit preoccupied with being poisoned.
Of course. Are you doing alright now?
Yeah.
Everything hurts. My limbs don't really want to cooperate, and I am still a little struggling to breathe, but it's at least enough to get by. It should fade in a couple hours, I was told.
Okay.
So I just had to be a trooper.
I may go look around, see if I can find my team.
I know some people
I'll
might
find
have
someone.
gone towards the city, but that seemed to be mostly Ventus, so I wouldn't.
No, it's mostly Ventus and Nell. They were escorting Barrett and
Yeah.
Henrila, excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't want him by himself, so.
What are they doing in the Terra tent over there?
Oh no, he's putting it down. They didn't set it up yet.
Oh.
Understood.
I'm gonna make sure that he's not by himself.
Yeah.
You'll take care of her, right?
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on her.
I have at least half a dozen people in earshot. Set of two orbs are coming back. That's.
Don't think about it.
It's not a bad suggestion.
Don't think about it now.
But thanks for the chat, and thanks for the stew. I'll leave the bow here.
Kind of late for that.
See you later.
I know. Look.
Okay.
What happens, happens.
Not even a how do you do.
We do what we need to do what we need to do.
I know. I'm just hoping there's a bit more time.
Do you have anything you need me to do?
Not exactly at the moment. Although with the Archbishop wanting to see all the occultists and test them, especially after what has just happened, I am extremely worried if they use some tired.
Yeah.
Push.
How about vegetables? Okay, that's good. Have you been?
You know, I'll be there to protect you if I need to.
I'd say so. Mostly scavengers to make sure that there's still food supplies.
I know.
See if there's any utensils still working. Which there were, so we were able to cook. Keel's been able to fish, so we'll at least be able to make some meals. Something nice and warm in this cold, dark cave.
Here, let me sit with my back to the fire. is that on your back?
This is the my force shield generator. It uses basically the matrix in it. It projects a series of plates of kinetic force to repel physical and magical attacks. However, because of the plate-like structure, it what?
Is it something you just use?
Tell me of your home, Céline. What was it like?
This one is one
before
I
everything?
made myself. The old one I used was one I made with my
In what regards? I don't really know. It's a broad subject. Narrow it down a little bit.
Yeah. This one, it has a
Your hometown. What was it like?
Town, I guess, would be a bit of a generous term. Most of the settlements on the plains are more smaller scale. A lot of them don't even really necessarily have names. They just kind of are recognized by those who live among them.
Help carry the circuit of
Mine was a particularly nice one because it had this really beautiful lake that they basically kind of, I guess, rotated around for the most part. It was big enough that they could just, when they need to periodically move, they could just stay next to it and still traverse a pretty good distance.
Exactly. And because
sounds
the
nice.
materials used are softer,
Far enough away from Kakard, and it didn't really start going into the forests too heavily, but still close enough that
it's more prone to
well, there were some woods that you could go to for
melting.
hunting, resources, just appreciating the scenery, things like that.
Sounds nice.
So the two,
I pretty much spent most of my days nearby the lake or
the rest of the system
in
with
it.
a water pipe.
It was where a lot of my
So,
training
there's
and just
essentially water pumping through
life
the,
revolved
the
around.
system. Not
Really fond of it.
The metal, but
It's
by
always a
it to carry the
comforting
heat
time
back
of
to
the day.
outside and then go back through.
I could imagine.
This is really impressive. Have you ever seen anything
Thanks. Yeah, the difficult part is actually getting the
Your people have
matrix
any
output to go through the
fascinating traditions that they used to do? Or that they did?
through the hose here, and then out through the projector.
Them, as a whole, not particularly. It was more of a family-based thing.
That's what a
Mm.
lot
Families
of
had
the
a
more
lot of their own traditions they would
moving
pass
parts
down.
are forced to force the
Mine
output
were
through here.
very particularly religious towards Luna.
So it's
even in, well, our family
small
name, for
parts in the hose, and this
lack of a better way of explaining it.
Essentially,
That's-
yeah. Or
A lot
rather
of
than
my
expanding,
things they
think
would
of it
teach me
similar
were
to water, right?
different ways of expressing our reverence.
So when you have water in
That's why a lot
glass,
of my casting has a bit of a fluidic motion, almost like trying to dance,
the water
because
will,
that was how they
it'll
first
be
taught me to
small
try
within
to
it,
tap into
but
my
when
affinity
you,
was
when you pour it out,
to
it
dance at the
becomes,
water's
you know,
edge.
It spreads out, right? So
Makes
essentially,
sense, you know.
With the projector, it
You have a
is-
motion
it
that you
makes
go
sure
through to
that the
And it
spell
just
is
becomes
output in the correct
easy for
shape
it to just
and
kind of
size
trail off.
before it dissipates.
okay.
She'll gently, like, pull a little bit in.
It dissipates pretty quickly. It's more like a fine mist.
What's your name?
I'm Philia. Ashen Child.
Céline. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Sally.
But they were
Have you met Marcy?
very particular
Not
about it. It was probably the
probably.
most strict thing they had was that every single day I would do that. I would practice my magic at the same time, what little bit I could do. They said it would be important for me to
I haven't seen
feel
you since the
closer
the
to
thing
her.
in front of the crystal.
Oh, right.
Understandable.
Yeah, I'm okay. Just a little friendly chit chat with. What is happening with you?
Shroud, I think.
Shroud.
It is. It's a shroud.
Interesting. I never knew you could do that.
I've been practicing, so I've seen you do her like forearm shroud.
Yeah, kind of leveled up, so kind of covered my entire body, so at least I won't get struck by the arrow. So
It's less the arrow striking you need to worry about, it's the inhalation of the gases it releases upon impact.
Needless to say,
I wasn't
I
struck by it, but I
talked
still
with the
got
god, or more
affected.
understanding about it. More human.
Could you tell me more about?
It's always
so
interesting.
you guys are
hearing
right.
about people's culture.
Do you need anything?
About it?
Water, food?
I'm good.
So
Thank you.
Doing alright here. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
the
good.
reason why they're fighting is because, they both made humans, I guess, little humans.
It's interesting hearing about other people's cultures, especially ones that you really don't get
Let's
to
send them out into the
interact
world."
with.
And so they let them go through the plain gate, and once they went through the gate, they started living their lives, and then they started dying. And then that made Jordana very sad, and Arena was like, "Hey, that's just the circle of life that was bound to happen," and she's like, "Nuh-uh." Boom, and then punched Arena and stroked her, and now Arena's all like, "Okay, well, fuck you. I'm gonna continue," because she was like, because Jordana was like, "Well, I want them to live forever. I don't want them to suffer. I don't want a world where they suffer." And they're like, "Well, that's the circle of life," and she's like, "I don't care. I don't give a shit." And then, strike Arena, and then Arena was like, "Oh, okay, fuck you. I'm gonna start making the world spiral into chaos, and I'm gonna start a new world since that's what you want so bad." And now Jonah was like, "Wait, no, I actually don't want it." And she's like, "Fuck you. I'm gonna do it anyways because you hit me."
That's certainly a way of summarizing it.
That is actually the factual way.
That is an interesting way of summoning it.
No, that's just how it is. It's actually.
No, no.
I'm not.
No. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. It's just the way that you went about it.
Presentation was a very.
I have to explain it in a way people will understand, and usually people understand it that way a lot better.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. It's certainly memorable.
Pettiest?
That's a way.
Situation.
You okay?
Yeah, because it's dumb, and I'm mad about it.
Pettiness is what we learn from them. So, I think it was possibly unfair of us to expect them to be better than petty.
Well, that's the thing. Everything I've ever read about in religion, it's always been like, oh, they're better than us. They don't have the same emotions, and like they're not like on the level of humans. They're above us. So
It's
like
probably
anything that
written
has to
by
do with
people
pettiness,
that have
it's
never
all
spoken to them.
Exact-
They just assume.
I know, but like my whole thing is about studying, and I guess again, this is the first time we've ever had to speak to a god, let alone the gods. So now that I've finally gotten to speak to one and see the other one, I'm just like, well, okay.
You're disappointed.
I'm disappointed. Thank you. I'm disappointed.
Well,
reality is never.
usually the saying goes, "Don't meet your heroes," but I guess "Don't meet your gods" also applies.
I guess.
Trust me, if they were better than us, they wouldn't be dragging everyone else into their arguments.
Into a godly war.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. The godly war. So that's where we're at.
Hey, LeBron.
Where everyone else is simply doomed just to feel the aftershocks.
Did you find Ren?
Yes, he's right outside. She killed a Forsaken. So
I didn't think people. Well, I kind of expected people might be upset, but.
Hiya.
Hey. She's not mad, she's disappointed. That's the worst thing you could hear. Where the fuck is everybody else? Are they still out there? Are people still out there?
That was like the one thing I really wanted to do. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. It's okay. Just after everything, I had to make a sacrifice to Valkyrie.
Yo, Gallop, share. What the fuck?
What? No, well, y'all want to go now. Where is that?
After Vesper and the whole church thing, I had to. I'm sorry.
Pretty
I didn't
likely
realize
that,
I'm sorry. Sorry, honey.
Céline, I'm gonna turn in for the night. I'm
Alright.
just hoping the rest are sleeping as well.
I was gonna say, I haven't seen hide or hair of them since I came back, so I'm hoping they're
I'm sorry.
here.
Yeah.
Any consolation?
Well,
You punched me.
rest well, feel better,
You
all
wanna hit
that.
me?
I should after some sleep.
Okay.
Alright, Astrea. Another day, another night.
What?
Heard you got something.
Yeah. Are you upset too?
What'd you catch?
Oh, not to say you're again. Can I?
I guess.
I'm sorry. Just had to do that. I had to.
Must be nice that you still have that relationship with her.
Really sorry. When it's over, take you to the ice flats where the worms are.
Used to be good friends, now we're not.
You can hunt those, okay? Okay. You can make a knife from one of their snouts and it'll never go cold. Sorry. It's okay. It happens. Not gonna get blood on you.
Oh, Rin. Alchemy thing. Did you did you see what happened with the poison arrow earlier?
Poison arrow?
Oh wow, they missed all of that. Yeah, somebody tried to assassinate Barrett.
Oh.
Yeah, and those arrows have splash clouds of gas that come off them when they impact.
Poison arrow got a arrow, I think it was in Barrett, right?
It was in
Like,
Barrett,
that's who it hit?
and it affected both me and Mila just by being near
But it hit, yeah. But they took care of it. It was from a cloaked figure with a poison arrow. You can probably guess what everybody thinks it is after, Yeah, that's the entire everything we talked about today. Anyway, I flew up to the little place they shot the arrow from, and I got a little vial of a little bit of liquid that was on the ground, fresh. You want it? You want to figure out what it is?
Let me go.
I can hold on to it for now if you're okay. Just remember that's like
pouch 4.
If that is the poison, I don't know. I couldn't tell. I've got a little bit of it. Scraped it off the ground, so it might.
There's
not
a
be
good
perfect.
chance of that. It's either that or whatever they used to disappear in the black smoke afterwards.
Yeah, some sort of liquid from them. I don't know. I gave it to Rin, so they'll be able to figure it out. I was half tempted to drink it.
Please do not. Just breathing that stuff, if it's the same poison, was horrible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Has Ventus come back?
Oh,
from
man.
Escorting Barrett and Mila
I'm not
back
sure.
to... I wanted to ask them what had spurred on the appearance of the orb, because they...
It came the golden orb?
Yeah,
It came to see the funeral.
I see.
They just came to say goodbye, I think. Really nice of them, actually.
It's just, seeing them made me wonder if that meant that the other ones are going to start showing back up again, because that will make things even more complicated than they already are.
Just tell me if you need anything. I'll try and help.
Yeah. If I were not preoccupied at the time, I would have tried to catch them, but maybe another time. Okay, there are all people out there. Oh, there you guys are. I was wondering where you two...
Winter,
some of
you go to bed. You're getting fidgety. Yeah, we're past that hour.
I was wondering when you guys were gonna...
And we're almost back at camp. No need to have your weapon out. Our little cave
We can do it
expedition
tomorrow.
went on
Wait,
a little longer than I expected.
You went back to the cave?
And you missed it. We killed the Forsaken.
So I heard.
We didn't. Rin did. And she
Okay.
didn't invite me. And I'm upset about it.
Well, there's...
Wait,
you're not
it's
the-
actually gone?
You're not the only one who's upset
Yes,
about
it's in
it.
the kissing cave.
What's that thing walking around then? That looks like an animal.
Well, from what I'm hearing,
No, that's Connor.
Oh my god, look.
That's Connor.
destroying.
No, he's going up and down a lot like the...
Let's get you back to camp, Winter. Come on.
Oh my god, she's fucking dying. You hear that voice?
It might be a little bit my fault.
Why?
What'd you do?
Well, we were in the cave, and she wished to hear the voices, so we went in, doused the flames, and she started talking to them. I may have ever so slightly, played it up a little bit.
It's so
What?
funny, but you broke my baby girl. I can't stand for that. I'm going to have to fight you to death.
You can carry her to the tent, and then all's good.
I have questions I don't know
Fair
if I
enough.
want answers to.
All right, here we go. Into...
Well,
All right, here we go.
it's okay. You had a cave
Take it each
expedition.
hand.
I had a brush in with being poisoned, so it was fun.
Poisoned by what?
Proximity to an arrow that was shot at Barrett and exploded into a gas cloud that I breathed a bit of it in.
What?
The infusion spell.
Oh yeah, someone tried to...
Have we ever tried that for a blister?
Tried to assassinate. Probably Barrett was the target. Possibly that...
From?
So, structure like that, but the edge of the wall where it's broken, like off that way. It's presumed that it was that poison mage or that figure that people were trying to look out for all day.
Maybe figure out some way to do a guillotine.
Either way, apparently, Murtesh retrieved a vial of some liquid that was found where the arrow was shot from, and he gave it to Rin. Hopefully they can figure out what it is in case they show up again, if it's the same poison, so that, you know, it doesn't, kill people, because that stuff works fast.
Something long and thin that I can't see.
I see.
Yeah.
Well,
Did not have getting poisoned on my to-do list today, but I suppose that's my fault.
no. Should have kept it there.
Are we certain
Droza,
that shield would be able to hold it against
I think.
That is another factor.
I will be sure to keep that in mind and not make that assumption again.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're alright now, at least.
Yeah, just limbs feel like bricks, but I was told that will pass in a few hours. But yeah, if you do see the... I don't know if there's ever really a good description of the individual. It was all dark, obviously, but if they are starting to fire arrows like that, don't even be anywhere close to where they land. Even if they miss you, the clouds might get you.
We'll be fine.
Has Ventus come back from escorting the others back?
They're staying at Holston overnight.
I'm guessing they got permission for
That's what I've
that
been
from
told.
their people in charge.
I should think so.
Got it.
You need anything, Winter?
No.
We hope.
Okay.
Very well. You okay?
I think so.
Okay. Need anything, we're here, and you got your other teammates as well.
You know, want me to get you some hot milk?
That'd be nice, yeah.
Okay, let me get you milk.
Everything alright? Aye. Greetings.
How was your cave adventure?
Excuse me.
I don't know. We said hi to the ghost. And the...
It's a bird, Winter. It's a bird. You're safe back at camp. Nothing's going to get you.
Where's the bird?
Inside the tent.
Okay.
Now outside the
I didn't
tent.
see it. I didn't see it. I wasn't in the tent.
Great to see you again. We went in the cave and it was really dark, and then it didn't talk to us. We found like a hole that went to the place we were at before. It was like a big loop. And now there's like a second hole to drop down. We don't know where it goes. We're gonna go look at that tomorrow morning.
I don't know. Hell, you know?
Maybe not morning, but... Do we know if Asteri's still up?
No, he went to bed already. He had no idea where any of you were. It's just
Winter, you informed Asteri.
It's just the lighting.
Oh.
I thought Winter said that she let Asteri know.
I done?
He might have forgotten in the excitement. He was here when the whole arrow thing happened.
What thing?
Here you go, warm milk.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sleep tight, baby girl. I love you.
Alright. Thank
Like
you,
I
Daddy.
explained to you all, a couple of us got attacked by an individual that was shooting poison arrows at us.
Oh.
And well, the way that those arrows worked was enough to poison people without even actually having to hit you, because of the fumes that they let off upon impact.
Did anyone get hurt?
Well, yes, but no one got severely hurt. They were able to treat it in time. But enough about that. Are you okay?
I think I'll be okay. I'm just scared about Forsaken and Magnus and Driftwatch.
Well, the Forsaken.
But other horrible things in the room.
Rin killed the Forsaken, apparently, so you can
Funny for some reason.
mark that off.
Funny.
Aren't there multiple, or is it just one?
You want to keep the souvenir?
I don't know.
Take
I suppose we'll find out.
But
For right now,
we were in the cave and we heard an owl hooting.
Alright.
And it's like, doesn't make any sense. We're so far underground and I got so scared.
Well, we know at least one Forsaken is dead.
Yeah, it better be gone. I was gonna start waving a fire sword at it and telling it to fuck off, so good for it.
The girl went into the.
I hate you.
What's happening?
Okay. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, there's a thought. There's
Okay,
a
okay.
like the bird's eye, PSI.
You're okay.
Where's your
the blue one?
In here. Tent.
Really familiar.
What's different? Because you saw that one hatch.
Maybe. I mean,
People going
familiars can end up being any type of animal, truly.
Whatever happened,
Yeah, well,
it's over. You'll be okay.
Hi.
Okay.
Hey, do you remember who I am now?
I remember you.
He named himself
Wait.
Okay.
Branding's
I need you to lay off the potions going forward, okay?
Might be a code name, I guess.
What do you mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I won't swing a fire sword at it.
Memory loss is one of the side effects of a few of our potions.
You guys had a pretty big adventure today.
Winter, have you been having a lot of rest potions lately?
No,
I know
I mean I have a bunch. I haven't used them. See,
Up on the offer.
I didn't use these.
Oh, no big deal.
Lay off of them for now.
Okay, I need them though.
They found
Two Celestines in the flesh already.
not together.
I heard.
I don't know. But...
One every
but-
other night. How about that?
Oh, I guess I'll go hear that story.
Okay.
I might be calling it here soon.
Well, good afternoon.
It's not even for me.
I'll leave you two.
Actually,
There we go.
Ren, you're familiar with potion side effects. Can I ask you about
you need
something
firewood.
else? Actually?
Just wood. It's gonna be in the cave.
Image of won't be burning for too much longer.
Why couldn't you remember my name?
I remember.
You forgot it earlier. You were asking Caleb. Murtash, you're right. There's a Murtash. If you need help sleeping, come find me later.
Over here.
Where? There.
Are there any particular side effects that I don't know if she has been abusing any kind of potions or not, but would any sort of hallucinations or auditory hallucinations be any side effect that you know of for a potion?
If I recall correctly, that is actually rest. Amnesia is usually stamina potions. If I recall correctly. In fact, I do recall correctly. Remember Val?
I do. She was saying she was hearing whispers periodically inside the Houston this morning, and then later in the day she started exhibiting signs of forgetfulness, with both forgetting that she had those, that she told us about those whispers, and then forgetting Ivir's name.
Not sure about forgetfulness. Just like I said, short-term amnesia, that's more of a rest potion thing. Not a rest,
Stamina.
stamina.
Right.
Rest potions? Has she had trouble moving her legs and arms?
No more than usual,
Didn't
I don't
seem to
think.
at all.
Rest potions, for starters, they're made with 80 proof alcohol as the base.
Okay.
Secondly, so it comes with the issues of 80 proof alcohol.
Right.
Secondly, causes limb paralysis and auditory hallucinations.
Noted. I suppose I'll have to keep an eye on it. It's just the symptoms seem mixed, and the only thing that I know she got a bunch of those rest potions today, but I haven't seen her having anything else, so...
She said she's been Hold on. Winter. You said you've been sacrificing those potions, right? How have you been sacrificing?
Oh, I dumped them on the charm. And then it
On the what?
helps me get good save. The charm.
What charm?
This one.
The one you just got today?
Yeah, that's what the guy told me. He said I like put a rest potion on it, like I dump a whole rest potion on it, and then it will like help me with my dreams.
Hey.
And then I can talk to him and stuff.
Really?
Maybe investigate that a bit more. But if she's sacrificing them by, say,
talking about like my problems and stuff.
burning them, that can usually burn it. I shouldn't be telling people this. Burning rest potions is a recreational drug.
Oh, okay. That sounds kind of fun, actually.
It takes a little more than that. You're supposed to dry it out on some herbs and then you smoke it, but...
I don't need the specifics. I don't think I'm going to be indulging anytime soon, but good to know. I've never heard of anything that works by dumping a potion on it, unless it's just meant to, like,
unless it's
absorb
poking
through the
straight into her
skin.
brain.
It's not poking into your skin, is it? Like, it's just a hair clip?
No, I don't know.
You're able to take that off if you wanted to, right? Like, it's not attached to...
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure, because it...
I don't think it's attached to me.
I mean... Okay, just... I've never heard of anything that you're supposed to pour a potion on it and help... I mean, that's either... It's either a scam or... something weird.
Pouring potions on the trinkets you bought today.
Yeah, they gave it to me.
Apparently, according to the person who gave it, that they're supposed to pour a whole rest potion onto it, and it, what was it, helps with your dreams?
Yeah, so I don't have nightmares anymore, and then, there's something else, I forgot what it was, though.
Is it a magical item or something? Because otherwise I don't know how not ingesting the potion is supposed to do anything for you.
I don't know.
Well, let's see if it helps at all with those nightmares tonight, and
I guess
go from there.
let us know in the morning if you feel any better then, I guess. If it works, it works. I just find it a bit unusual.
Is it weird?
Well, it's more just a worry that if
I
it's...
saw it in a dream.
You saw what in the dream?
You saw...
The haircut.
When?
Like last night. I had a dream that I was hunting, and then I felt like a presence, and I don't know, the whatever it was, it looked like me, but it was wearing this.
You saw yourself wearing the clip that you purchased today.
Yeah.
Well, unless you
Did
suddenly
you by chance
became
see it when you were-
Unless you suddenly became a seer with the ability to have visions like Laurium, the fact that that lines up is... Maybe I'm being a bit paranoid, but that seems a bit oddly convenient that the thing from your dream shows up exactly the same appearance the day after.
There's no chance that, say yesterday, perhaps you were wandering and caught eye on it without realizing.
Maybe. I don't know.
Did you go into the keep at all, the fort yesterday? Like, into the market?
I don't remember if I did.
Do you remember yesterday at all? Or the day before?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, there were all the pieces and we crashed and stuff. Wait, no, well, yesterday. Oh no, I did go into the keep yesterday. I don't think I saw this there though, right?
Well, if you didn't go into the keep all the way toward, like, that central market area, there's... I doubt you would have seen it beforehand.
Maybe I did see it. Maybe I'm just going crazy.
I don't think anyone's leaping to the conclusion of being crazy with the amount of things that we've dealt with that make zero sense to, well, common sense at this point. Anything is possible. Just, if, for whatever reason, if the dreams get weird, promise me you'll be willing to take it off for a night and just make sure it's not doing something weird, but or that there's some sort of weird effect from having a potion-soaked thing clipped to your hair.
Sure.
Okay. Then, as long as it's not hurting you, then if it helps, but you have to understand the circumstances now sound a little bit questionable. Not on your part, but how it came into your possession.
Was that night?
That would be the campfire.
Fire outside?
Like the hashtag knives?
That would be the popping of wood, letting off steam trapped inside.
Okay. Okay.
I'll douse the flame soon and get to sleep myself, so I shan't keep you up much longer.
Okay. But yeah, if things are getting weird, then I'll take it off.
I trust you. Just want to make sure you're okay. Because, to be perfectly honest, you had me a little bit worried today with some of the things going on.
Oh. No worries, laugh.
Alright.
Well, make sure you get to thinking about any ways that we can potentially convince the General of this plan of ours.
Well...
Any ideas I'm willing to hear.
Monty and I spoke to Mila, and we actually gave her a preliminary look at the, equipment inside the airship so that they could understand what it was we were working with. Assuming they're better, because they were caught up in the attack as well, tomorrow, Monty and I are going to actually have her get a bit of a closer look, see if there's possibly a way to incorporate that, tech that she's good with, which was the ability to make ambient accumulation of mana from the environment, as well as get a better understanding of it, because if she knows how it works enough to pitch it to her father, it might make a more convincing argument if it's coming from another member of direct family.
Oh, a good idea. Yeah. If we can get her on side with the placement, that would be
That
ideal
said,
for
that
us.
actually does.
What is the intention of this generator? Because they'll probably only be able to power it once, and then it's very likely me and Monty were talking about that Leviathan, if it shows up, was going to just smash through it eventually. So
I mean, we're still trying to position in a way that protects the most amount possible without just completely sacrificing everything else in the vicinity to have one single spot. Because that's the worry, is that they're going to want it solely focused on the stronghold itself, everything else outside be damned.
Yeah, well, that's the impression I'm beginning to. I appreciate that. That said, we need this ship off the ground. I think we need to get all of Laser Tech Division on these engines by tomorrow morning.
I'm aware.
Maybe
That
before,
said,
if we can swing it.
That seemed to be something else that she was interested in wanting to combine heads together about just the shield itself and its use in regards to, well, protecting against the inevitable that's coming, and that was an all-division thing, not just those of us who were speaking to her already. At the very least, she mentioned you by name because you seem to have made a good impression on her. So, good job there, first off, but also we'll want to probably gather the other texts together so that we can put our heads together on this, because the biggest key is that we need to convince them to let us even put the thing down in the first place, let alone help in its operation, because if they refuse to let it be put down, or they just put it somewhere where it's basically useless for all intents and purposes, then there's no point in pursuing that too heavily.
I agree, mainly I was talking to Monty about this. I think we should get the ship up in the air first. Shield generator should be second priority. I was going to diagnose it tomorrow when I get down there and see if it's actually working. So...
I mean, we took a bit of a look down there. The area's a bit of a mess down there, but it looks like it's in looking order. I just didn't pop the hatches on things and start poking around because we were already...
That's why I'd be doing.
A bit on a timer because, you know, the whole church tension thing happening about them getting mad about intervention from, I guess they got a vision about whatever happened.
What I'm doing tomorrow is that.
Okay.
But firstly, I would love to get both of you to help with just getting the 8th Tech Division all in on the fact that these engines need to be running yesterday.
I will probably be practically chained to that ship for the majority of the day, if nothing else pulls me away. Either running her through how we're going to, because we have to,
left the tent.
Because we have to.
Moving that way.
Ren's got it, hopefully.
Okay.
But.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling both of you, which is, you know,
thank you.
Sort of an opportunity thing.
I will say...
I imagine my tomorrow will be much the same as yesterday.
I was going to say, not tomorrow, but probably the day after is when Barrett's dad, the Archbishop, and a number of us are going to be having that group discussion about getting that positioning sorted out. So we're going to be... basically, at least between us, we're trying to make sure our arguments are as sound as possible. We've kind of gotten the... Now, whether or not whatever happened with this tension or whatever that vision they got later has anything to do with it, that might have possibly put a cold towel over all of that, but Mila should still be in our corner for that, so... We're hoping...
Be good if it has dissuaded the church from assisting us in those discussions, but...
Well, fortunately, neither of us are the target of their direct ire, because the vision directly, apparently, implicated a person wearing green. Which, we know who that is, but...
I can't escape you all.
Okay.
Ideally, we don't even let that become part of conversation at all, but if it does, we're going to have to do some degree of damage control, otherwise they're going to just immediately turn against us.
Was thinking about the last couple days.
Okay.
Not really that long. Pretty much like yesterday.
Right.
If you needed to veto the order of the Chancellor by taking me off Terra to work on these engines, because I've been crawling around in there like a roach the last couple of years, I'm happy to take that role, so just let me know.
So, just to remind me, veto the order of the Chancellor in what manner?
Just like, say, oh, we need Jackson to do this to help us.
Oh.
I think that's more important than whatever the fuck he's gonna put me on. So.
Right, okay, well. We'll see what our resources are looking like in the morning, once I've gotten a chance to rest and hopefully get full function of my limbs back.
Do you know where Lumen is?
They moved further away towards, I think the fishing camp, but, I mean...
That explains why their camp was so
their camp's moved further away, so...
What made them decide on that?
Tactical positioning, apparently, or something like that. I don't know. But the majority of Lumen is well, scattered right now as far as I can tell, because there's one. I know Barrett is in Houston right now. I don't know where Sunny is. I haven't seen Rowan all day, and Vesper might still be here also. I don't remember seeing him leave, so...
You can lead a horse to Aqua. I got no follow-up.
Thank you.
Asleep.
Where were you off
So,
to?
Captain Yoral, is there any... I guess you're figuring out the shield
I
generator.
don't
Okay, I'm
remember.
gonna go tell Mel what's going on with him. and
Just
see if I can drop
got
down
up
the
to walk
And then I'll
somewhere
nod.
aimlessly?
Do you need anything from me, sir? Data tech wise.
Yeah.
Don't think so.
I thought I was going somewhere.
Are you... given the fact that we've had people directly attack some of us tonight, do you really think it's wise to be wandering off at this hour by yourself?
What, Helma? Inside?
I guess. I mean, I have in the past. So it's going to kill me.
Feeling it. I'll do it. Where's the moonshine at?
Oh, absolutely. You'll probably enjoy it.
Winter?
Is there moonshine? Is there more moonshine? Where's it at?
I think he drank it all.
Winter.
Did you drink all the moonshine?
Just snap her fingers.
I drank a lot of it. I feel great.
Winter?
Oh,
You alright there?
Are you okay?
I can see it now.
Offered it.
welcome
back there.
I don't know. I don't feel well.
Drag you to your tent.
More reason that you should probably lay down and stay in the tent instead of wandering off.
Any second now, you might drop to the floor.
Get some rest, Winter.
Please.
That only happened once. That was like a long time ago.
What did she say about departing?
Apparently she just felt that she had somewhere that she thought she was going, but she has no recollection of where it was that she thought she was going, or...
He's also the
And
youngest
then,
member.
I mean, you saw what happened. She just starts staring off into space like she didn't even notice her. Something's wrong. This has been happening all day.
Something is. Can you keep watching him?
I will. Yes.
No, only be a short while, then I'll be back to... Well, keep an eye on her as well.
Come on. Just get it over and done with. It'll be easier.
I'll keep eyes.
Easier to, accept your fate.
Unless there's anything you need to do now, or I can take first. Well, my thing's not pressing.
I mean, I have nothing that I need to do otherwise, so I might as well just go ahead and start getting some rest, because the sooner I get some rest, the sooner I can actually feel my muscles want to move properly.
Alright, I'll be back shortly.
Alright. I'll probably be asleep by then.
We should probably find you somewhere to sit down.
Yeah, ideally alright.
I don't know what's happened to you, but you're incredibly worried. You're reminding me of myself while more under the influence of all this stuff from Shoff and Arona. I really hope my gut isn't right.
Reasons, I don't fancy the torches, but for
Waste a shit ton of gold on food.
Sound.
Alright. Alright, guys. Good shit. Yeah. Was not expecting to almost be caught in the crossfire of an assassination attempt today. But, you know, we roll with it. Because, I mean, I wasn't hit directly, so I was like, I could have gone with it, but I was just wanted to check. Integrity check. Was I close enough to be caught in the poison blast? And it was like, okay, I'm poisoned. Worrying conversations. Yeah, no, shit's gonna probably start escalating pretty quickly for Céline, because, I mean, now she has to worry about talking with Barrett's father about the shield generator.